Right, well, that's us at 4 minutes past. I think that's enough time for everybody to have come in. If I could ask everybody to make sure that they're on mute throughout the proceedings today, or incur the wrath of the administrators today. So I'd like to welcome you all to STIC's 2021 conference, A Snapshot in Time, which will be focusing on photography as a tool for recording and survey, and as well as an outlet for artistry and things of aesthetic considerations. Photography, of course, in a world now where we're all enamored with technologies that allow rapid survey, it's interesting that photography has been around for a very, very long time and is also a tool for rapid survey. So I'm sure there'll be some comments on that later on. Just to give you an idea of how the day is going to work, we have all the speakers as scheduled apart from Carol Morgan. Unfortunately, Carol can't be here today because she has had an accident and therefore won't be speaking. The speaker who follows her, Bruce McCowan, is on a slightly different time zone to us. So we're waiting to see if he can shift his talk forward a bit so that we don't have half an hour of space. But that might be a welcome opportunity for everyone to have a tea break as well. So we will see how that goes. So I'd like to welcome you on behalf of STIC, the Scottish Transport and Industry Collections Knowledge Network. We are the subject specialist network for people who are interested in or care for or work with transport and industry collections in Scotland. But as you know from our previous events and from this event, we don't just look at Scotland, we are interested in hearing case studies and comparisons from the rest of the UK and across the world. Membership of STIC at the moment consists of subscribing to our newsletter or following us on Twitter. If you don't do either and you want to hear all the latest news and anything of interest that's happening around Scottish transport and industry, I recommend you go to our website, which is sticssn.org. I would also say, and I will just paste it here, that running these events online are cheaper than running them in person, but there are costs associated. We have offered this session for free today, but I've just put a link in the chat, which if you want to drop us a few pennies, if you enjoyed today, you can do that there. So, if I could ask people who have questions during speakers' talks to type them into the chat box, then what will happen is Kirsty Blair, who's our vice chair, will chair a session of questions after each talk, and they are to a schedule, so we apologise if we don't get around to your questions at the time. And also technical support today, as you can see, she's typing in the box at the moment, is Emma Halford-Forbes. So if you have any issues or problems, just send her a direct message and she will try and sort you out. And I think that's everything off the list that I wrote. I always forget something. Oh, I know what I've forgotten. I've forgotten to tell you who I am. So that's a great start, isn't it? I've done that the last 2 or 3 times in a row. It doesn't seem very important. So my name is Matthew Belhouse-Moore and I'm the current chair of STIC. And I'd like to welcome you all. And without further ado, if he's ready, I would like to hand over to our first speaker, Dr. David Mitchell. So David Mitchell is Director of Conservation at Historic Environment Scotland, and he studied science at university, and his PhD was on Scotland's architectural iron founding industry. He has a long time interest in both industrial heritage and photography, and he has an unhealthy weakness for vintage cameras and the magic of film. Nothing unhealthy about that at all. And he's presently trying to get his head around large format photography. Well, that camera there is a big giveaway. So if I can hand over to you, David, and if everybody else could just make sure they're on mute, and please do enjoy.
Thank you, Matthew. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, it's quite strange and quite nice to be able to combine a couple of different passions today. So I was keen to talk. So I want to take you on a little photographic meander through time technology, and maybe try and set the scene for some of the talks that will come later. And I want to talk about some of the photographers whose work that I admire. So take yourself back and try to imagine seeing a photograph for the first time. It must have been truly remarkable and felt like magic to see a slice of time captured in silver on a piece of paper or a piece of film. This is the first known self-portrait or selfie even, but it isn't really a snapshot in time. Robert Cornelius had to sit for 2 minutes before getting up and covering his lens. Slow film, slow lens, slow process. So before photography existed, it is quite remarkable to consider that ancestors would be relatively unknown to people like Robert Cornelius, unless you were wealthy enough to commission a painted portrait. And of course, even then, that's not the same thing. I love photography and vintage photography because it feels like a time portal or a time travel to me. These are images I purchased at an auction recently. I opened up the book and saw these, shut it again. I thought, right, okay, I'm going to buy this. I don't know who this is. It's a personal collection of photographs, but just from the information on the photographs, I've been able to work out that this chap was a Scot. He was building railroads in the US, in Nebraska, and in California and San Francisco around 1904. And what's really interesting to me is obviously the subject matter. And all of us would look at this and think that was interesting. But he's a good photographer. He's got a really good eye. His composition's good. His exposure's good. His technical understanding is good. And that to me is quite unusual to get somebody who can do both. So it's a story from his perspective. It's his story of his life, but it offers maybe a different angle from a documentation perspective. So for me, a well-composed and technically proficient photograph really is that portal to the past. I do have a bit of a weakness for plate photography in its various forms. The glorious qualities of large format, as you can see here, are really still unmatched in its ability to capture information. And I say that as a bit of a digital techie too. There's something there about the aesthetic. The absence of pixels can sometimes be a wonderful thing, but just wonderful. So this is an 8x10 glass plate. This is another auction purchase. I have a very understanding wife. And this is, I'm going to pronounce this wrong, Millhew or Millhaw near Lark Hall. It's a fantastic document. Now, I've cleaned this image up because the plate was a bit scratched and damaged. I've not altered too much, but I've sorted out marks and scratches, etc. And with a few people around. Now, you can look at this image and you can see, you know, it's a fantastic capture of the village at that time, and you can see the obligatory wee boy in the front and people scattered around. But my daughter was looking over my shoulder last night and said, "This is like, where's Wally, Dad?" So it actually speaks to the capability of large format to capture detail, because there are 37 people in this photograph. And we had good fun capturing. So there's a chap up there fixing a roof. There's a little girl doing cartwheels down here, and right up the top right hand corner there's a little boy who seems to be running away from something. So early photographers required to have the means to make or purchase equipment, understand optics. They had to be chemists. They had to be able to understand composition, the frustrations and the technical challenge of dealing with slow film and capturing anything that showed the slightest signs of movement. Such a remarkable invention would never remain in the hands of the few for long, however. About a third of the way along here, you'll see a Kodak box brownie, and that really is effective technology with low cost, providing mass market appeal. So capturing that environment around about you became pretty much accessible to everyone. So, slight diversion, in thinking about the role of the camera in relation to industry as a documentation medium, which we're talking about today, I think there's a bit of a gap in understanding the role of this important industry in terms of cameras, films, accessories, dark rooms, all that kind of stuff. There was an enormous photographic industry in Britain, and a significant one in Scotland too. And it's an area, I think, that has not been particularly well researched from a industrial heritage point of view. So I wanted to touch on some folks. Some of these will be familiar to some of you. Some of them might. Some of them definitely will not. I would guess. And these are people that I'm quite passionate about, and I think I wanted to share. So Sebastian Salgado and Louis Hein here worked at either end of the 20th century, and they used very different equipment, but they both had a common purpose. And that was to bring attention to the hidden industrial conditions for workers. Both have created, therefore, valuable and powerful visual archives of industry, but also of social change. These photographers, whose purpose goes beyond formal documentation, have really provided unique perspectives on industry and social context. But more recent work of photographers that I'll share with you shortly, like Edward Bentinski and Alicia Zuck, also explore the relationship between industry and nature. So I'm trying to illustrate how photography has evolved over time in its relation with industrial heritage. This is Louis Hein. Utterly terrifies me, the prospect of this, but so Louis Hein was born in Wisconsin, 1874. His dad died when he was young, and he had to work to support the family. So he started working in an upholstery factory, working 13 hours a day as a young boy, 6 days a week. It had a really profound effect on Louis, and it motivated him to escape this life. So he trained eventually to be what I would describe as an educator, and his development in photography skills led him to become a freelance photographer for the National Child Labour Committee in the United States. This was the organisation that enacted the child labour laws that had been introduced, but were struggling to be taken into effect. The profitability of child labour was such that business owners really resisted change, of course. His intention was to photograph children working under extreme conditions in mills, factories, mines, fields, and canneries. Such was the economic advantage of using young labour that he often had to disguise himself and conceal his camera. He used to kid on he was a Bible salesman, and of course, sometimes that would be easier. It would be easier if he kidded on he was a photographer of industrial machinery, which he did. But what he did was actually bring faces to the legislation in the US. And he is quoted as saying, "There are two things I wanted to do. I wanted to show the things that had to be corrected, and I wanted to show the things that had to be appreciated." His critics thought the work should have tried to shock more, and that would have been easier for him to do. But Hein always thought it would be more believable and authentic it would be more believable and authentic in creating an image that would be more successful on the basis of creating empathy rather than revulsion. A range of commissions followed, and he travelled the US documenting child labour. And these young lads here are working in a coal mine, and remarkable to think about. This is the start of the 20th century. And everybody he recorded had their details recorded. He was interested in seeing past the faces and seeing the stories behind. He's also really interested in telling the story of women, way before other people had even thought about this. And he was particularly interested in recording the story of women at work, both at industry and in the home. So his archival collection has a fantastic capture of all types of work. As time passed, he was always reticent to give up his negatives, which meant commercially his marketability decreased over time. And by the end of his life, he really was a complete unknown. And it wasn't until a few years before he died that some journalist and a picture editor rediscovered his work and actually managed to save most of it. You'll forgive me, but I can't help. I think it's important that we look behind. Louis Hein used the Graflex. Fantastic camera, introduced the first decade of the 20th century. It's big, it's relatively bulky, high quality images, and allowed, the way the Graflex work, allowed Hein to frame his subject right to the edges of the plate and could see what was coming into frame until the instant he clicked the shutter. You see a picture of him here in the middle in uniform in Europe taking pictures. Salgado is at the other end. He's still alive. I'm talking about him as if he's dead, and he's certainly not. But he was born 70 years after Hein in Brazil. He trained as an economist and worked in Paris, where he eventually moved to work for the World Bank. That allowed him to travel extensively, and he took a big leap and decided to change career in 73. There was a bit of a transfer period, and he maximised his travel as much as he could. His later work, which is probably more familiar to most people, is The Natural World. But there was a point between 1986 and 1982 when he worked across the globe looking at the archaeology of the industrial age. It kind of rankers with me, the title that, but never mind. Like Hein before him, Salgado documented lots of things that others maybe didn't want to see. The first time you see an image like this, you have to think a minute about actually what you're looking at here. And what you're looking at is a gold mine in South America. He liked to document people on the edge, and his work in documenting the gold mines of Brazil particularly show a spectacle that's almost biblical. As you look at these pictures, have a think about the tone, because he has a very characteristic and strong signature in the way he works. So this book, The Archaeology of an Industrial Age, was significant for Salgado, and it took him between 1986 and 1992 with 313 published photographs of 42 locations in 26 countries. And Salgado wrote that I saw we were arriving at the end of the first big industrial revolution, and I saw in this moment that many things would be changed in the workers' world. And I made a decision then to pay homage to the working classes. And the name of my body of work was Workers and Archaeology, because they were becoming like archaeology. It was photographs of something that was disappearing. Both Hein and Salgado worked in film, Hein with his Graflex, and Salgado developed this unique look that he has with a very famous, probably the most famous black and white film that was created by Kodak called Tri-X. It's a relatively fast film, it's quite grainy, and it has quite high contrast. And Salgado used that in combination with Leica rangefinders and then eventually Leica SLRs. Much of his best work, I think, is with the Leica R6, which you can see he used here in Q8 with the burning oil fields. He did eventually go digital, went to medium format digital, and then Canon over time. But interestingly, he still uses the same person to do his prints. So his digital prints are processed to maintain the same look and feel of the photographs that he has taken for the past 30, 40 years. What I love about his work is it's quite honest, and this is the same for many of the photographers I'll talk about this morning. It is what it is, but there's also an aesthetic to it, which is often quite beautiful, even if the images are horrific. And I found this lovely picture of X-Plan, so I couldn't help. There we go. So from the very documentary to the extremely romantic, Ogle Winston Link, fantastic name, and probably good he wasn't a portrait photographer, had a quite a different take. It was technically very complex, but it was incredibly nostalgic. He captured the end of the steam locomotives on the Norfolk and Western Line in Virginia in the late 1950s, and in doing so, a broader shift and a broader change in society in the United States. He was first and foremost a commercial photographer and technologist. He knew how to set up a shop. He knew how to sell things. And Life magazine described him as his photographs at one point as classic publicity pictures. So the transition from steam to diesel only took 5 years. So 1955 to 1960, 2,500 negatives, again, using a graphic view camera. You can see a picture of him and his assistant here. Setups were meticulous, and he really liked working at night because he could control the light. And he's quoted as saying that he wasn't able to move the sun around, so he thought it was better to work in the dark. So an image like that on the left-hand side could involve mechanically syncing 42 flashes at once, which is incredibly complex and difficult and frustrating, I would imagine. But his legacy, his particular legacy, is still really loved, and the publication of his books is still really common. They're really easy to buy and constantly in print. A different perspective entirely. This is the Canadian photographer Edward Bentinski, who's worked in field for 40 years, taking a really different view on human interaction with the environment and looking at the impacts of that industrial practice at scale particularly. Bentinski has a particular way of looking at the world, which I think is rather wonderful. So this is the waste from a nickel mine. It's obviously transformed the landscape into something quite surreal, and it's both horrific and beautiful at the same time. You sometimes, again, need to stop for a minute and adjust your scale perspective when you're looking at Bentinski's work. This is a logging operation, and yes, it's a beautiful photograph, but then you're drawn into it and consider what actually is happening here. It maybe feels a bit more uneasy. Scale's quite a common thing in his work. He's really interested in the impact that humans can have on the natural environment and the industrial processes that go with that. This is a quarrying operation, obviously, in China. And this was the digital photograph. He goes to quite elaborate lengths. So this is pre-drone or pre-UAV, sorry. So quite technically complex to do. So he started with large format film, and patterns and shapes of industrialization are quite common themes for Bentinski, and that stretches from waste dumps or recycling, or whatever you want to call it, of things like tires you can see here, but also through to humans. So there's a wonderful film, if you haven't seen it, you should have a look, of his work in China and looking at large-scale production. It's epic and it's just quite remarkable. So he moved, like the others, through time from a large format camera. I think this is a Linhof, if you can see properly, and then moved again through digital, and currently using unmanned aerial vehicles. And we shouldn't call them drones, because I'm constantly reminded that a drone is a weaponized thing, so we shouldn't call them that. And these are now at the point where they can carry fairly heavy payloads. So he's able to get the pixel size that he needs up in the sky. This is probably somebody that very few, if any of you, have ever come across. Alicia Zuck, I came across in a book that somebody bought me called Rust, which is a top Christmas buy. And it's an exploration of metal oxidation. And within that, the author wrote about this photographer who was obsessed with rust and corrosion. It really clicked with me in lots of different ways. It's hard, as many of you will know, to be interested in industrial heritage and not have an interest in the aesthetic of decay. I've been photographing rusty iron for a very long time, and it's led me to become increasingly interested in challenging our rather single track approach to conservation. So quite often for me, it feels like industrial hedge, because of the fragility of what we look after, it forces us to think out the box perhaps a bit more. So Alicia's work focuses on the Bethlehem Steelworks in the US. A friend of mine grew up there and commented to me recently, it was a shithole that I couldn't wait to get out of. But as somebody who grew up in Grangemouth with a rather omnipresent oil refinery and chemical works in the background, I actually understand it in a kind of curious way. It can be beautiful and even rather comforting. I mean, it sounds like a weird thing to say. Alicia explores the decline of her own particular heritage and the heritage round about her. And within it, she can see beauty that maybe others don't. It's sometimes quite abstract, and it focuses on decay particularly. All things decay, of course. Preservation is largely a misnomer, and conservation is fundamentally a war that we can never win. We're essentially repurposing natural resources, and we're processing them to make new materials or products. And for iron in particular, it really doesn't want to be steel or cast iron or wrought iron. So bear with me here. These iron products are not happy as we have changed them into various forms. Chemically, they want to be in a state of what's described as dynamic equilibrium with their environment. And for iron-based products, that means oxidized iron. They want to get back to being iron ore. We're just delaying the inevitable in many respects, but because it's so intangible industrial heritage, I think the decay process and transience of all things is perhaps more appreciated here than in any other heritage discipline. Alicia's work captures that beauty in a unique way that really couldn't be further away from the work of some of the folks that came before her. Now, I wanted just to randomly touch on a couple of Scots photographers, because I think we probably have a duty to do that. And these photographers, I'm going to just quickly talk about three photographers, some who were attracted to industry by reward, and others just for the sheer love of it. Thomas Annan, and actually those that came after in the family, are really significant photographers. I read a book recently that Alfred Stieglitz had produced, which featured the works of Thomas Annan that was collated by his son. Internationally, these are photographers of quite some significance. So Annan is best known for his work of Glasgow streets, particularly Glasgow closes, which I just think are fantastic. Working in the field, large plate camera, exquisite detail, and an incredibly good technological understanding in how to use light. Annan came from industry. He was a fifer. His dad was a flax spinner, and he was drawn back to it with commercial work and the industrial enterprise that was booming in his adopted city of Glasgow. So commissions by the engineer Napier, and also documenting famously the waterworks of Loch Catherine and construction, are exceptional in their technical execution, but for me go a bit beyond that. What I love about them, and I particularly love this picture, is that they're incredibly honest in the way that they document the scene. This is an 1867 albumen print, and it's one of my favourites. So it's an engine right through to paddle wheels for a set of river steamers destined for India, sitting in a workshop, ready to go. It's a kind of self-explanatory, self-documenting image of how something like this works, which I really like. But unlike some other images that you'll see of this type of thing, this is quite real because it tells a bit of the story that was made, and the quality of the image allows you to do that. If you go online to the Getty, who have a copy of this image, you can zoom in fantastic detail. You can see all the washers that are lit around the floor. You see the gaskets that are hanging up on the wall. I've not been able to read the writing on the door, but I need to have a go at that because goodness knows what that says. But the building is grimy and it's basic. There's a dirt floor, but amidst all that, there's this glorious piece of engineering, which is just beautiful. The engines were intended for these are galvanized iron barges. There was 3 of them, I think, commissioned. And whilst this photograph is set up, and obviously the people in it have been purposely posed, they would need to stand there quite still. That's why you can't see their faces. They're a little bit blurry. And it's just remarkable, and it just these images are fantastic, and if you understand what you're looking at, they can give you a tremendous amount of information. So I want to just finish with a couple of our own, if you like. I think we all know what John Hume has done for Scotland's industrial heritage. I'm not going to go at length of this because I'm hoping that Miriam might share some of this stuff too. I was thinking maybe it was a bit like a Scottish Ogle Winston link, but perhaps on steroids, because he was so prolific that, you know, he probably put Winston Link to shame. But I think what's interesting to me, and looking at John's work in different ways over the years, so, you know, I've often looked at his work from a technical perspective, or, I'm looking at the information that's contained within, but actually looking at it as a photographer, these are not snapshots. He's got a tremendous eye for composition, light and how light interacts with the scene, people playing into the scene. And I think actually, most importantly, he understood what he was looking at. So he was able to take photographs that didn't miss bits out that anybody in the know, therefore, afterwards would be annoyed. God, he's missed that really important bit. So I think that's really important. And then lastly, somebody who I think is a wee bit of a hidden gem, the photographs of Eric Watt. I first met Eric, and many of you knew him much better than I did, through the Scottish Industrial Heritage Society many years ago. He was a lovely man, a really generous man with his time and his knowledge, just like John. And when he passed away, Ted Salthouse of the SIHS took on the task of digitising some of his images, and mostly slides. Ted knew that I was interested in photography, and at the time let me give me copies of the images. And I was looking through them recently, and what struck me about Eric looking at them with a fresh eye was, like the best photographers, he had the ability to create a sense of place, and particularly for him, and I think it says maybe something about the man, the social context at the time. So lots of his photographs, I could have picked dozens and dozens of them, quite often with kids in, whether it's kids on makeshift boats in the canal, or as you see here, just messing about. They really make quite a strong statement, much like John's work, of where Glasgow and Scotland was at that time. And you'll forgive me of showing this wonderful photo of milk bottles, and you might wonder what on earth that has to do with industrial heritage, but it does, and I know that he knew as well. So for those that know, actually what Eric has taken here is the story of Alexander Greek Thompson and his iron founding friend Walter McFarlane at Harrison Foundry.
All right, thank you. I was going to phone you, and because I wanted to, I don't have Lewis's.
So this picture tells the story of Alexander Greek Thompson and his iron founding friend Walter McFarlane, who helped each other at various points in their careers. But that's a story for another day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. That was really fascinating. If people want to check the chat, I can see that Mark has put some interesting links in it. We've got a good 10 minutes for questions, so do please post those. I'll open with one that I see Matthew's just put in. Question for David. Beautiful images. With Lewis Hein, was photography particularly effective after centuries of caricatures or cartoons, which were often beyond reality?
It was, and I think that's the key to photography, and what I said up front. There is, because it is capturing reality in a way that a work of art is an interpretation. It's always going to be an interpretation, if it's if it's super realistic. I think that means it's incredibly powerful. And if you think of some of the most iconic and famous photographs of all time, you kind of look at them and they can give you a knot in your stomach. So I think Hein was quite clever in the way that he used. And if you go online and have a look at some of his work, he wasn't sentimental and he was making a point, but he didn't make it overly harrowing. And I think that was intentional.
I have a follow-on question to that while other people are gathering their thoughts. I mean, your talk was sort of implicitly and explicitly highlighting the way that photographs of industry and industrial labour can be used politically to make points about work. But I'm wondering, is it coincidence or is it a link that the technology enables people like Hein to take these much more informal and fast photos of individuals at work at the same time, which is the late 19th century, that socialist and labour movements and trade unions are really gathering force? Does the photography influence the politics, I suppose I'm saying, and the technology of photography enable those kinds of movements?
I honestly don't know, Kirsty, but I think it's really interesting that, I was trying to get this across in my talk, that the technology and the roadmap of photography from a technological perspective is really interesting. So you go from fairly basic technology to, large wet plates that, are just, you still I won't get into referencing megapixels, but they still can't be touched in terms of the quality of the information they capture. And then that becomes very portable, very quickly and very cheap. The quality isn't as good, obviously, and then the technology catches up over time, so it becomes even more portable. The Leica produce their very famous camera, and then it's in the pocket, and then you're into Henri Cartier-Bresson and all these folks. So I think that photography went hand in hand with the development, and Bresson talks about this quite a lot, the publications that were, because the technology allowed images to be published, that became incredibly popular. And there was this sweet spot for about 30 years where magazines were produced that told stories. And I think it's probably a golden age for that kind of photography. I think it absolutely must have driven change, because, we all know now it does now. And there's a proliferation of images. So yeah, I think it absolutely has to have done.
Thank you. Fascinating. Okay, I've got some more questions coming in here. Let's go up. Question from Frank Hay. What are your thoughts on the photos of Evelyn Carey, if I'm pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, wonderful, wonderful. And, I could talk for hours on this stuff, and I couldn't possibly cover all the photographers that I love. And recently, I think I've been realising just how many photographers Scotland has produced that are, of exceptional quality, and it's something probably we need to make more of.
Mm-hmm. And Matthew's asking, what's your opinion on retouched historic photos and the sliding scale from making images readable up to conjectured recolorizing?
I hate them. Absolutely hate them. I think, like most places in the country, I live in Stirling, and there's an old Stirling site, and some bugger shared the link to the software that recolorizes photographs. So you then get pretty cool and random pictures that come out of people's attics, and I just think that's fantastic. And then they're colorized, and it gives a false impression, and you think, well, somebody else is going to pick that up down the line and that's going to understand that. Yes, it's really annoying. Having said that, I have done it myself. So I've done it when I was trying to recreate color schemes for things, but that's maybe more of a functional thing than a aesthetic one. Yes, I can't. It drives me mad.
I can see people agreeing with you in the chat there. And Adrian's adding an interesting note about, which says, I too have seen an engineer's album taken in USA 1913 on upgrading the railway system to various naval ports. That sounds really, really, really interesting as well. I mean, I was going to ask you about this too, because you're talking, and Adrian's talking there about engineers' albums and these kind of fascinating records of industry, but that might be in private hands or sort of circulating at auctions and so forth. So how can industrial heritage bodies like Historic Scotland try to find the things that are currently under people's beds and boxes of old photos and make sure that they're preserved?
Oh, if our head of archives was here, she would wax lyrical about this. It's really difficult and really challenging. I mean, Miles will talk about something later that from a commercial perspective, quite often it's down to luck. But it's interesting. I mean, I haven't seen. I saw our archives team the other week for the first time in probably a couple of years, and I arrived with a box of stuff for them. So I'll pick things like that up as I see them, and I know other colleagues do as well. I like the physical things as objects, but I understand, and actually I'm really keen that they have a life beyond that. So I'll either pass them on. That album that I showed some pictures of, it's only a selection of images. I'm not entirely sure what I should do with it, to be honest. It needs the love of a paper conservator, but the images themselves are both Scottish and quite related to this. I'm going to say Southern Pacific, if that might be the right or the wrong company. I have been in touch with them and I've offered them digital copies, but they actually have come back to me and said, that's okay, we'd rather have the real thing. And I'm kind of reluctant to break the book up because it is a story of this chap and his life in Scotland and then the US and then back to Scotland. So I'm reluctant to break it up. So if anybody's any ideas on that, I'll be happy to hear.
Thank you. Let's see. I've got time for one more question, I think. There's a question from Dieter in the chat. The development of early industrial photography meant that the demise of the work of the artist engravers from the 1840s and 50s. Is there any evidence of professional friction at this time? Is this an area for possible future study?
Possibly, but from my understanding, quite often there was translation between the two. So Annan trained in the printing industry, as quite often did others. And there was this period, I bought a set of plates recently of like the one I showed you of Lark Hall, and actually the box, as usual, there's no information with this stuff. You have to try and do a piece of detective work. But actually there was a sticker on the box, and it was a lithographic company in Falkirk. And they were going out and taking these pictures, which would be then, plates would be developed and turned the book. So I'm not sure. There must have been friction, but it was so fast. You imagine, somebody drawing something out to be in the graphic or the Illustrated London News or the like, and being able to move to a photograph. it's a bit of a no-brainer.
Yes. Okay, I can see a few more comments in the chat from Mark, Morag and Tom and Matilda. Consensus that your engineer's album should stay intact. But that's the end of our time. Do keep leaving comments for David in the chat and he'll be able to have a look at them during the next talk. And thanks very much again, David, for a really, really interesting talk.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That's absolutely fascinating. And what a way to kickstart off a photography session, and with some genuinely stunning photographs. I've written them all down, the photographers on here. I'll be looking them up later. And thank you as well, Kirsty, for taking the questions there. Our next speaker today is Miriam Macdonald with her talk titled Photographing Industry at Historic Environment Scotland, Recording, Sharing and Advocacy. Miriam is the Industrial Project Manager in the Survey and Recording section of Historic Environment Scotland, which is based in Edinburgh, and of course works with our previous speaker, David Mitchell. Miriam, could you just remind me, you did tell me yesterday, are you sharing your presentation or am I sharing your presentation? I'm sharing your presentation, so if you give me 2 ticks. Oh, I can't remember where the start button is for this now. Someone shout it at me. Really should have worked this out earlier, shouldn't I? There it is, present. So, ready when you are, Miriam, and if you just give me a shout when you want me to catch your next slide.
Hello everyone, and thank you to STIC for allowing me to present today. I'm Miriam Macdonald. I work for Historic Environment Scotland, or HES, which I will refer to from now on because it's rather a mouthful, specifically in survey and recording, where I'm Industrial Survey Project Manager. I investigate landscapes, buildings and sites, and requisition both photographic and non-photographic survey work. I've worked at HES and the former Royal Commission on the Ancient Historical Monuments since 1988 in various roles, and I have been a member of STIC since 2006. Historic Environment Scotland, you may be aware, was formed in 2015 and is the lead public body charged with caring for, protecting and promoting the historic environment. HES is also the lead on delivering Scotland's first strategy for the historic environment, namely Our Place in Time. And you may also be aware that Historic Scotland, SCRAN, the National Record for the Historic Environment, Canmore, the National Collection of Aerial Photography, or NCAP, the Engine Shed, Stirling Castle and Edinburgh Castle, amongst others, are all sub-brands of Historic Environment Scotland, just in case you didn't know that. The first image is a timber roof structure. I think it's absolutely fantastic. Demolished around about 1970. We don't really know when it was demolished, from the Carron Iron Works. Next. As well as being responsible for over 300 properties of national importance, HES is a large and ever-growing archive of drawings, photographs and information on the nation's archaeology, architecture and industry. It is into the archive that results of all of our field survey is added to be made available to our users. My talk today is divided into 2 parts. The first section will discuss industrial survey at HES and the extent to which photography plays in the record-making process. So this covers the recording, surveying and sharing aspect of what I'm talking about. And the second part of my talk will deal with the recent HES exhibition of photographic industrial survey images, which were created between the 1960s and 2018, and which touched on the themes of the act of looking and the emotional response to such images may or may not elicit from the viewer. So that covers sharing and advocacy element of my talk. Next. So what is Scotland's historic environment? Broadly, it is both the tangible and intangible results of human activity on our historic environment. This historic environment consists of structures, buildings and landscapes. So that includes churches, castles, textile factories, power stations, mining landscapes, canals, railways, middens, hut circles, housing estates, graffiti, plant and machinery, exemplifying human impact and experience in Scotland from prehistory to the present day. The physical fabric and fittings of buildings and structures, for instance, can shed light on the experiences of those who lived and or worked within spaces or places. So as you can see, there is a sense of place and belonging that are also part of the historic environment, which segues into intangible heritage, which is the connecting of people with place, traditions, stories, and memories linked to those places. Here we have the iconic image of the remnants of Ravenscraig, demolished in 1976, with the cooling towers and gas holder going last. Next. So what do we do? Well, HES has as one of its missions a remit to document Scotland's historic environment using a range of survey techniques, especially including industrial survey. So my job and the job of my colleagues is to just record and survey. We aim to record and survey prior to closure or abandonment, but in many instances, this is not available to us. The most obvious being where recently or long abandoned sites and structures are recorded out of context, not physically, but socially, economically, and politically. In the main, our approach photographically has been more Hilla and Bernd Becher than, say, Helga Paris, although that is, as I've said, due almost exclusively to the nature of threat-based recording, which is a large part of our work, especially in industrial survey. So there is always a tension. Although neither I nor my predecessors in industrial survey are or were folklorists or ethnographers, industrial survey HES has always included intangible heritage, such as memories, embedded knowledge, oral testimony, verbal traditions, slang words and nicknames, and as these are sometimes the only clue to the meaning or indeed function of a place, building, process or artifact available to the recorder. This image is one of our images of a spillway. I think it's rather beautiful and very sculptural. It was photographed in 1996 at the Alginate Works at Barcaldine. We also use, sorry, beg your pardon. Sorry, I've lost my track. So next. So why do we do it? A major part of what we do is the sharing of our survey and recording material. And in no particular order, we do it to fulfill HES's strategic aims, as shown in the slide. The three arrows show the three main strands which survey and recording fall into. To make final record of building sites and monuments, to develop the holdings of the national record of the historic environment, and to contribute to the enhancement of Canmore online catalogue and the site information database, to make information available to a wide range of users, and to fulfil HES's statutory recording role within the planning process. Next. So how do we do it? The still photographic image complements our other survey methods, and here we have some stills done quite a few years ago at the Dundas Cooperage, now demolished, which was a 1970s building, where the people in it were about my age. But they were actually doing, the way they talked about the work that they did, even though it was semi-automated, it felt like a real, that real traditional craft element was still there, and which they were very proud, even though they had automated certain aspects of it. And on the left, we've got some shots of the now demolished Kinnauld Leatherworks at Curry, which was originally a paper mill, and the gentleman below stripping pigskin. Next. So we also use digital. We also use digital video to record landscape sites and buildings. And digital video is used to record processes and interview people about the workspaces that they're in and the processes that they carry out. I won't be showing you any video because it takes too much time, but here's some stills from Kay's Curling Stone Factory in Mauchline. We photographed some of the processes, such as on the left, actually cutting as it were, the cheeses or the rough cutout from the Ailsa Craig granite for the curling stones, and on your right you see the finished curling stones. So we filmed various processes within that. Next, we also use aerial photography. We also use UAVs. And the images here, again, we've got a fantastic view of an abandoned site, an abandoned landscape, which is the Bill Pits at Wilsontown in Lanarkshire, coal mining. And my colleague, who's now retired, Robert Adam, doing aerial photography, and some UAV footage of Eastdale slate mines, which is slate working site, the Slate Island in Argyll, which allowed us to actually photograph, as it were, the areas that we couldn't actually safely get out to, which is namely the quarrying along the coastline. Next. We also, another tool in the toolbox is RTI, or reflective transformation imaging. It's a computational photographic method that captures a subject's surface, shape and colour, and enables us to interact, do interactive relighting of the subject from any direction using computer software to bring out details not visible in conventional digital photography. Personally, I can see this useful in recording of artifacts such as plant and machinery and that sort of thing, and smaller intangible objects. Next, we also use 3D satellite linking, link scanning, laser scanning and computer-based mapping, mostly for landscapes. Obviously, the Birkhill clay mine, we recorded the actual landscape, but we also did scanning underground and also photographed the surface remains. So there was a mixture of techniques of what you could broadly call sort of photographic techniques here. Next, and we also do on-site direct measurement drawing. Here we have Deanston Mill, a fascinating textile site, originally near Stirling, originally the Adelphi Cot Works, an arkwright style mill added to in the 1830s, with an amazing weaving shed, which you can see at the top right, which is now Deanston Distillery. The weaving shed, it's fantastic shed, has been modified and is now used as a whiskey bond. Next, another broadly photographic method we use is photogrammetry, which is the science and technology of obtaining information about physical objects and the environment through the process of recording, measuring and interpreting photographic images and patterns of electronic radiant imagery. The term was originally coined by Prussian architect Albrecht Meinbauer in an article of 1867, so it's not a new concept, and there are very many variants on photogrammetry. The example here, Auchenharvey Beam Engine House at Stevenson in Ayrshire, shown here, we employed both terrestrial and aerial photogrammetry using a UAV to create a full 3D model of the engine house. Control points were utilised to ensure that the model was metrically accurate. From this, we created a 3D mesh model, and from that, a digital elevation model, or a DEM, with visualizations and orthomosaic images of the external and internal elevations were rendered onto it. A DEM is typically used to represent ground surface topography or terrain, but here it was used to represent any change in elevation or stone surface of the engine house walls. Plan view slices were also taken from the 3D point cloud, or the mesh model, to assist in accurately sizing the now destroyed openings in the west wall, using a 1910 photographer's reference. That's the photograph on your left. This information supports the theory that the beam engine house probably contained an early 18th century Newcomen engine for pumping water from the coal mine in the area of the Stevenson coalfield. Traditionally, it's held that this is a very early Newcomen engine house, and it was indeed completely ruinous by the 1854, I think the first edition of the Ordnance Survey map for the area, long ruinous. So I think this is a pleasing additional piece of information that may or may not add to that theory. Next. However, the survey tool used most routinely as a basic recording tool in every HES industrial survey is the still camera, the still digital camera now. In the survey and recording section, photographers work with others in architectural history, archaeology, and the industrial survey. For survey which comes through our statutory work, photography is an important tool. Multiple images are taken as part of creating a record in order to help us better understand our built heritage and what it means to us today. It is also relatively quick and gathers plentiful visual information on its subject, which is underpinned by research. HES aims to take a factual approach to photographing industrial spaces, structures and processes. And over the years, our photographers have sought to avoid an artistic response or to convey a subjective reaction to the places and situations that are being recorded. However, this purely recording or documentary approach, and I will not go into the arguments of whether there is no such thing as documentary images, could not fail but to provide what we can call now beautiful images. Here we have a structural detail from the now converted clock warehouse in Dundee. It's now been converted into extremely expensive apartments. And indeed, the industrial look is used as a selling point for a lot of these buildings. So the industrial aesthetic is part of why they can sell them for vast quantities of cash. Next. Given that HES uses photography as part of our aim to record a collective industrial past and present, and have been doing so since the 1960s, I'd always wanted to create an exhibition celebrating our survey photography. This is one of my favourite photographs. It's a Lochalan silica mine. This photograph, as you can imagine, it's completely pitch black underground. And basically we did multiple exposures. This was done on conventional film. And I think I'm actually standing behind the second pillar wearing a miner's lamp, and I take my miner's lamp and was painting with light, and then we took successive exposures to get the gallery actually disappearing into the distance. It's quite beautiful and reminds me of tablet. It's a sort of crystalline. When you touched it, it was soft like tablet, and the colour of tablet. It was quite an amazing space. Next. So as part of our sharing and survey material and an advocacy aspect of our recording and survey, in July 2018, HES launched a travelling exhibition entitled Industry and Aesthetics. The industrial survey photographs in the exhibition form part of the National Record of the Historic Environment, which is maintained by HES, as I said before. The images chosen aim to capture the everyday, the exceptional, the marginalised, the ignored and the undervalued within our industrial heritage. Opening in Dundee's Verdant Mill, the Museum of Scottish Jute Industry, the exhibition consisted of large format, 48 large format photographic images, both black and white in colour, from 1963 to 2018. These were split between wall-mounted and stand-mounted arrangements with image captions and wall and stand text panels. So every image had an explanation of what it was, where it was, when it was photographed, and really what you're looking at. The exhibition had 4 venues still to run when COVID struck in March 2021. As a result, we had to suspend the exhibition because we couldn't reschedule the outstanding venue bookings. And indeed, most of the images used in this presentation are from the exhibition. Next. So the starting point for me for the exhibition was a quote from the 1977 essay entitled On Photography by the philosopher and photographic enthusiast Susan Sontag. Quote, "Photographs alter and enlarge our notions of what is worth looking at." Drop-in sessions with colleagues were arranged at HES where we discussed and commented on 100 or so industrial images from our archive, recording their comments and questionnaires. Next. The photographs were whittled down as a result of this crowdsourcing exercise. It was decided not to follow the usual geographical or industry theme structure, but rather a more emotional response of the viewer whilst exploring the concept of the beholding of beauty and of fear. Participants were invited to choose which words, feelings and emotions each of the images conjured up for them. And the text in green in the following slides are the comments from the crowdsourcing exercise and were used in the text panels in the exhibition. This just shows you the branding. So the light and dark of health and safety executive colours denoting hazard or to take note, which were suggested by the design company Submarine, who designed the look and feel of the exhibition, which I think worked well with the subject matter. Next. The reactions of the participants in the drop-in sessions ranged from beauty to fear. So the exhibition was split into 4 themes: photographing industry, what is aesthetics, the emotion of looking, and responses to the act of looking. And here's a couple of images that I love, and a lovely quote: familiarity for some, questioning what it shows, and where for others, pangs of recognition and some disquiet, to describe people's reaction to the images. I love the gas lance access. Of course, that image is looking up because, of course, it would be above your head. And just showing the sort of corrosion and wear of the gas lance being thrust through it to actually fire the bricks in the kiln. And the kind of weirdly dystopic image on the right, which is an oil tank interior from Inchin Down Naval Establishment, taken in 2009. It's you actually really have to see it in large. It's got a most painterly feel to it. Next. So the first theme of the exhibition was reflection on photographing industry. A few of the industrial sites included in the exhibition are protected because they'd already been recognised as significant or historic. Others have been recorded for their interest or rarity, or because they were destined to disappear through demolition or decay. Some are still in operation and some long abandoned. The common theme which united these industrial places is threat. They were all going to be changed or lost at the point when they were being photographed. This is where the quote is relevant. We record based on certain HES, we record based on certain criteria defined by our institutional vision. I requisition the work with the knowledge that I have not worked in the industry, nor do I know the social history of the workforce who work there. I have been looking at industrial buildings and workspaces for many years, and I am, I think, simpatico. I look for the traces of occupants of the space, worn floorboard patterning, graffiti, tool marks on wood, the traces of countless unknown souls that have passed that way is part of the recording and survey process as much as we can. Our photographers use their expertise to photograph, to capture the image, but they are also tuned in and simpatico. I mean, we all get what we're trying to do. I chose the quote, "There is no innocent eye," from 1960, as the viewer can come to the image with a range of attitudes and predetermined opinions, and we all do that. But I think it's about being clear about what those are. These wonderful images that look at first sight, the same thing, but actually quite different in time and space. A Kippering kiln on the left and a linoleum stove, completely different in scale, but compositionally and visually very similar structures with light playing on the interiors. Next. So the second theme of the exhibition was a reflection on the term aesthetics. Aesthetics is a term originally used by philosophers in ancient Greece to mean relating to the perception of the senses. Next. How we explain the way in which we react to art, objects, places, or whether there is a universal definition of beauty is actually possible, are questions that have been challenged by philosophers ever since. Our individual response to what we see is subjective, potentially emotional, and often influenced by contemporary taste or by our peers. Today, we use aesthetics in the world of art and design to connect to an object to a specific artistic movement, such as Impressionism or arts and crafts. In a general sense, however, we tend to use it when describing the quality of an object that has caused a reaction within us when we look at it. Next. The third theme of the exhibition was a reflection on the emotion of looking. The photographs in the exhibition serve to provide an evocative memorialization, an interpretation of the real, but not a preservation of meaning the way that memory is. The substitute for memory in this case is the knowledgeable curatorship during the act of photography and the preservation of the images thereafter, and the requisitioning. This is required to make sense of an industrial history that is rich, complex and emotive, and which you wish to share with viewers who have no direct link or experience of the industry portrayed. Again, a quote from our panels, someone quoting that they felt industrial photography stimulated both reactions of beauty and ugly. They were talking about those concepts. and two very painterly images on the left, Mackenzie electricity generating station, the coal handling area, and on the right, the dismantling by scrappies of a brickmaking machine at Mayfield Brickworks. We were there actually literally days after it shut, and already the scrappies were taking machinery apart and taking it off site. Next. As well as documenting the physical reality of their subjects, photographs preserve the potential for a human reaction to places which may no longer exist, such as nostalgia, sense of belonging, negativity, discomfort, or loss. Next. The fourth theme of the reflection on the responses was responses to the act of looking at the images. By extracting individual images from their archival context, we invited the viewer to consider these photographs not simply in terms of the information they contain, but also for their aesthetic value or the qualities that it represents, such as how do we know that what we're looking at is industrial heritage, an industrial image? Do we respond to it emotionally through memories of family connections or ideas generated by negative press? And again, another wonderful image, footprints in the background of the maltster, and two barley ploughs at our big distillery, two objects now no longer used. This was photographed just before floor malting was stopped at the site. Next. So the medium of photography helps celebrate and make sense of the extraordinary as well as our everyday experience. Next. When these images enter the public domain, they also take on another life as markers for experiences as consumers of HES information may or not have already had. They can provoke an aesthetic response to an industrial heritage that goes beyond their original intended use as documentary information. And here we have the roof of the weaving shed at Deanston Distillery, which was formerly the weaving shed of Cotton Works, which has been modified. I think it's a slightly lunar feel, and also you get the slight sheen the way that the sun hits the roofing felt. And the now demolished cranes on the right at Fairfield Govan Shipyard, which have now been demolished. Next. I thought I'd show you this image. I think for the poignancy of it, the gentleman in the image has now passed away. He actually died in 2019, and he'd worked at this hearth for 60 years, if not longer. And it was a lovely experience meeting him. Yes, and as Morag has just pointed out, Morag Cross, he was her uncle, and he was a delightful man, and it was great to have the chance to record him just before the blacksmiths closed down. Next, and here we have more quotes from the exhibition. So writing in 2000, Sir Neil Cosson stated that the climate of public and political thinking still needs to be sensitised to the necessity of valuing buildings and places that until recently had been generally regarded as worthless. Scotland was one of the world's first industrialised nations, but this extraordinary achievement was not widely studied or appreciated until relatively recently. In the post-industrial age, our legacy of industrial sites and places can appear a negative one, synonymous with decline, pollution and blight. With the passing of time, the way in which Scottish industry shaped our communities and landscapes has even, in some places, been forgotten entirely. The records created through the knowledge gathering process aim to act as a memorial, an aid memoir, and tools in the interpreting, understanding, and conservation of our industrial past. There are other outcomes of our recording activity that we have perhaps paid less attention to historically, that the images, especially when taken out of the context of the recording activity they represent, are also objects and subjects of contemplation in themselves. They excite responses in the viewer that can be varied and surprising, and it's hoped that the viewers of this exhibition came away with a different perspective on the remains of our industrial past, and in some ways, that some of which is still in operation, that they are opened up to the value of it. In conclusion then, next. The appearance of almost universal photograph making by anyone with a mobile phone means that we live in an increasingly image-saturated society. Curated collections of photographic materials, such as that of HES, not only ensure the preservation of the images, but also help keep us mindful of the necessity to capture what we can of our continually changing world. The combination of recording the physical and the associative gets to what is really the nub of what we're trying to capture through survey and recording at HES, the daily experiences of the workplace, the thoughts, the feelings and memories of those with whom we're making contact, to promote and appreciate the workplaces of Scottish people. Still photography, along with video and other image gathering techniques, lend themselves to such surveys. It is beholden to those of us who care about our industrial heritage, be it objects, technical development, conservation, great white men, how a jute loom works and how it's operated, the economic background, artist responses, or just liking to photograph coal or shale bins where we live, to ensure that the message is kept relevant. Just knowing that it's rich and emotive and wonderful does not necessarily make it so in the minds of our fellow citizens. We have to make the case as often as we can. If it includes exhibitions and gallery spaces, or pop-up exhibitions in empty shops and town centres, so be it. Anything to get the message out there. And as Berger wrote in 1980, it is just possible that photography is the prophecy of a human memory yet to be socially and politically achieved. Thank you for listening. Next slide.
Thank you, Miriam. That was really fascinating. I can see some comments and thanks in the chat. We are actually out of time because we're supposed to be going straight on to the next talk. I'll allow a very quick question that Mark's put in. Do you wish that RCAHMS had put people doing things in their names more often into photographic record of the last century? Have things changed?
Yes, things have changed, especially with using video. When we catalogue it, we do actually name people if they want to be named. And we do get instances where people don't want faces to be shown. They're just embarrassed to be photographed or even filmed. So I personally do try to include names where possible, and get them to, especially for videoing people, we get them to give a little potted history of how they ended up at the site, what they do there, how long they've worked there, what their family connections are, that sort of thing. So yes, it is changing, definitely.
Thank you. And since we're going to have to go straight on, but I'm sure you do all have questions, I'll just remind you that as well as leaving them in the chat throughout the day, you can go in and click on the blue everyone button to send a question directly to Miriam and do the conference equivalent of trying to grab someone over a coffee or lunch to ask them something one-to-one. But thanks again, Miriam, and I really hope the exhibition gets out there in the future in a way we can see it, because
it's retired now, I'm afraid that's it. Yeah.
I know, get it all up online. We all want to look at these photographs some more. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Miriam. Lovely stuff. As I said in the chat, some of my favourite industrial photos in that exhibition, which we were very pleased to have at a museum that I actually used to work at. So wonderful stuff. But we'll move now on to our next speaker for today, James O'Davies. Now, excuse me, James is the team photography lead at Historic England, and his presentation will be England's Coal-Fired Power Stations, a Photographic Record. Now, James, if I could leave you to introduce yourself in a couple of sentences, because your bio has dropped off the bottom of my spreadsheet. But if you would just like to make sure you're not muted and to share your screen, and take it away, James.
Thanks, Matthew. Let's just share screen and go through the terrifying moment that this will be. But I'm hoping you can now see that full screen, and Matthew might give me the nod, which is excellent. Thank you, Matthew. I'm team lead at Historic England, team lead in photography. A bit like Miriam, I was with English Heritage prior to Historic England. And prior to that, I was with the Royal Commission on Historical Monuments of England. So yes, I've been photographing heritage, the built environment, for about the last 30 years. And I love it as much now as I did when I started. Just the most extraordinary job. And just thank you to David, thank you to Miriam for two absolutely tremendous talks, and just seeing how important the work that you do is, and illustrated beautifully. So thank you very much for that. And fantastic, Miriam, that you were quoting just everyone, all my heroes, really. But I guess we can't go through these days without Sunil Cossins, because just 12 years ago, the former director of the Science Museum and then chairman of English Heritage, Sunil, posed the question, will power stations be allowed to survive as the heritage of our future? He continues and makes the point that views and opinions evolve and change over time. What was yesterday's eyesore is tomorrow's monument. Now, it's very doubtful we will be either listing or protecting the post-war infrastructure surrounding post-war coal and oil-fired power stations. And I quote again, these great temples to the carbon age, which have a profound effect on the British landscape, visually, environmentally, and culturally. So in response, Historic England are making a photographic record of the last remaining coal and oil-fired power stations, 18 in total, as we commit ourselves to the government's pledge to reduce carbon emissions and full closure by 2025. And where the German photographers Bernd and Hille Becker lay down the grassroots of preservation by their documentation of German industrial plants, our response is more predetermined, with demolition virtually guaranteed. And so the need for underpinning our guidelines. And thanks to my colleagues, Wayne Cockcroft and Shane Gould, we've produced guidance on recording and archiving records, and secondly, produced an IHA on 20th century coal and oil-fired electric power generation, both of which, of course, can be downloaded from our website. The energy companies are also encouraged to make a written buildings report. And this, coupled with our standardized photography, will enrich the record of this magnificent tribute to British engineering, all prior to years of decommissioning, what can literally be seconds of demolition and leading to an erasure of a landscape punctuated in those capitals that we all know so well. And the very first consideration when thinking about power stations is their colossal size. Power stations are enormous, and I know it's used such a lot, but it's not a cliche to say we're talking industrial cathedrals here. Not the Winchesters, not the Rippons, but the Liverpool Anglicans of this world, imposing with bold massing and a sense of place and domination in the landscape. So we have preservation through efficient photographic recording prior to loss, providing a long-term public record for future engagement. Here, we're looking down on the boiler house at Littlebrook D. A similar view here at Cottam. And just as with cathedrals, no two power stations are the same. Some are in their second or third incarnation. Others have been readapted from oil or adapted again to part fuel by biomass. And so we record the constituent elements of the power station, generally splitting into two parties to optimize workflow and starting with the exteriors. Here's Tilbury B, built 61 to 68, with its twin stacks, and then a jetty alongside the Thames that could accommodate ships carrying up to 65,000 tons of coal, with these cone cranes, which then uploaded the coal with these extraordinary rotating scooping buckets. at a rate of 1,500 tons per hour. This is Kingsnorth, 63 to 75. And we're looking at the turbine hall with the twin boiler houses, each 234 feet high, and illustrating the problem of showing the sheer scale of these buildings. And so the occasional figure is sometimes placed in the image to act as a much needed scale. Likewise here at Eggborough, in the coal intake yard. In 1953, a report backed by the then Minister of Fuel and Power recommended architects be integrated as equal partners in the design of new power stations. And nowhere is that more apparent than Forley, 65 to 72, and the wonderful glazed curtain wall of marine grade glass to the turbine hall, designed by Farmer and Dark. Here's a close-up of that exterior. And here it is from the interior. And important to note, actually, that many of these power stations were built with an intended lifespan of only 25 years, which, due to the quality of build and engineering, they've long outlasted. Here's the wonderful control room and admin block, again at Forley, just opposite Southampton, which, well, it may have been inspired by John Lautner's chemosphere up in the Hollywood Hills, possibly inspired by Fortin Services on the M6. And then adjacent is the dining hall with its sail-shaped roof, a nod to its nautical sighting. And just a lovely little side fact that Forley opened just as the Pevsner to Hampshire was first published, to close as its revision was begun in 2013. So inside we've got teak for the windows and stair, we've got timber concrete shuttering, and furniture by Merrow Associates. Coat rails, again in teak or mahogany, no expense was spared. And this is Forley from the air, as our colleagues in Aerial Survey make their fantastic photographic record. Kingsnorth here on the Medway. And so from the grand topographical to much tighter views of the site, and closer again, the coalfield with this shallow depression. The Severn River and Valley setting for Ironbridge, with its redundant coalfield and its switch to biomass. And here's Drax, of course, with its double set of diamond group cooling towers. My colleague Steve Baker, who I've been making all the ground photography with, has recently been operating a drone, and this gives us a tremendous flexibility and offers a differing contextual view that neither ground nor aerial photography can provide. Back to ground level and circumnavigating the sites, we're working with complicated, densely packed plant. So careful consideration is taken as to how we impose an order on the scene, simplifying the subject matter and giving it structure. And we achieve this by choosing a vantage point to show key functional elements and how they interconnect with each other. So it's very much objective photography. Internal roadways, and you can just see two figures in the very far distance. Administration buildings, often adopting consultant architects and influenced by Scandinavian or American modernism and giving more license for architectural expression. This is by York, Rosenberg and Mardell, that's YRM. And then surfaces and textual cladding are recorded. These playful porthole windows that grace this elevation at Littlebrook D. More Farmer and Dark here at Grain, opening in 1979 with these curved eaves to reduce visual impact. And you've got to remember, the boiler house and turbine hall are nearly half a kilometre long. We're working in whatever weather conditions allow, generally spending 2 days on site, 2 photographers, 2 days on site. climbing here to gain height, to get views which best illustrate how the plant functions and relates to one another. And the all-important coal plant itself, serviced with a private merry-go-round rail loop to bring coal in and pulverized ash away, which in turn feeds the boiler house, which are dark, vast, dusty, almost oppressive spaces. William Blake's dark and satanic could easily be applied here. And this belies that we're in almost pitch black conditions. And we've lit these pulverizers over a 10-minute exposure with controlled flashlighting, just like Miriam was showing in that shot underground. So lit with flashlighting here. If you were to crawl inside one of these giant crushing machines, this is what you'd find. A giant reinforced steel wheel to crush the coal to produce the fine grain required for later burning. And it's this rare access to the furnace which lies at the center of each boiler house. And this lies unbelievably suspended, all 4,000 tons, 120 feet high, with 300 miles of carbon steel. To the left, you can clearly see the enormous burners, and coal, already ground to the size of a fine grain, is mixed with the air, burnt in the flue gas flow to temperatures exceeding 1500 degrees centigrade to create the highly pressurized steam, which is then carried by endless piping and ducting to transfer that steam to then drive the turbines. Sitting adjacent to the boiler house, for obvious reasons, the cavernous turbine hall is loud with the throb of the turbines, searingly hot, with vibrations running under everywhere you walk. And again, they all differ. This is Didcot A, and this is Ferry Bridge C, showing how color coding is used to denote hot, cold, low pressure, high pressure, etc. And actually, I just wanted to show you the oblique view here, which illustrates the enormous central concrete columns so much better. And if you're wondering what that red box-like building in the middle is, that's the self-contained firefighting unit, the interior here. Littlebrook D. And again, gaining height is crucial if you want to record the layout, and accessing the cranes, seen overhead in yellow here, is hugely beneficial. This is West Burton, showing how each turbine hall, having 4 or 5 identical units, so power can be moderated due to demand. By the 1960s, power stations had reached an unrivaled scale and level of sophistication. Here at Fawley, we're looking inside a turbine, and here at Tilbury B, where the turbine has been partially stripped. But we're also recording the smaller details of working practice. Switchgear, signage, control panels, portraits are taken. Simple things like bicycles to maneuver around site, sample testing equipment in the science labs, and then control rooms or command centers, which are often bright, clinical, and futuristic in design. Where else could you get a control module that resembles Star Trek's USS Enterprise? And Ben from the Science Museum will be talking about this very unit in just a moment. But if there's one silhouette that defines a power station, it's their cooling towers, whose purpose is to cool down water that gets heated up by the industrial process. Water enters hot and goes out of the cooling tower cold, recycled back into use. And their sheer size and shape pose real photographic problems as they easily distort through a camera lens. So again, gaining height is useful to give a much better proportioned representation. The hyperbolic design was first employed in the UK in 1924 at Lister Drive Power Station in Liverpool, and then became the standard form, rising up to 114 meters. Here at Iron Bridge B, ready pink pigments were used to emulate the local sandstone, helping them blend into the valley. West Burton, 61 to 67, where the arrangement was carefully designed using models to analyze how different groupings would appear at various dates and times of the year. And famously, Didcot A, where Frederick Gibbard, with the help of Colvin and Henry Moore, split the 6 towers into 2 triangular groups, half a mile apart. And Howard Colvin, working with Gibbard's, quoted as saying how we at the Fine Art Commission were shown scale models of the cooling towers for Didcot. And Henry Moore spent ages moving them around to create a good composition. And it's not hard to see why Moore was attracted to working with cooling towers. The undulating form of his semi-abstract figures, reminiscent of these giant, graceful, hyperbolic curves. At the base lies the cold water basin, as cooled water descends from the enormous interior. And accessing them isn't easy. Secondary paperwork has to be signed, the risk of Legionnaire's disease nullified, and the tower itself on outage. Through the inclined coffin-shaped door, and there's very little that prepares you for the colossal size of these structures. Taller than St. Paul's Cathedral, with an echo to equal its whispering tower. And then with a diameter of 86 meters, their vastness and almost complete silence is nothing short of breathtaking. But it's the wall thickness of just 180 millimeters that makes them an engineering triumph. That's a diameter to wall thickness ratio less than that of an egg. Here's the single entrance door again. And if you lower yourself down through either hatch, left or right, an underworld of dark expanse with hot water pipes to offload for cooling. And it's actually incredibly dark down here. The exposure here is well over 2 minutes, wide open, and you've got to be very careful where you stand. And when you're actually exposing, be incredibly still. So finally, we record how these sites sit in the landscape, visible for tens of miles around. How strategic use of landscaping, color, tone, and texture strengthen their aesthetic presence. And time again, we've come across public affection for the local power station, be it the relative permanence, the punctuation in the landscape, the geometric purity of the cooling towers, their very own weather vane, and the relationship with where home lies. There's a romanticism that's very evident. And it was very noticeable a few years ago as thousands of people took to the landscape at 6 on a Sunday morning to bid farewell to the last surviving Didcot cooling towers. And something happens. People watched in hushed tones. Parents brought their children. There was no cheering, no clapping. They just wanted to be present to bid farewell to a landscape which had been a part of their lives. Well, we've just had COP, of course, and it may feel uneasy, seems somewhat contrary to find a pleasing aesthetic to the structures surrounding an industry linked so heavily with fossil fuels. But as Brenda Colvin wrote nearly 50 years ago, those of us who have come to appreciate the remarkable beauty of these new forms and their dramatic sculptural quality, remember that art has been inspired by battle scenes, by air raids, and by Rome in flames. All these like the sculpture of new technology, may appeal to the eye, if not to the mind. So I'm hopeful that their photographic recording ensures they remain visible. And I'm finishing with this image of the Willington cooling towers. And who better than the mighty Pevsner to describe them as compelling landmarks of the surrounding flatlands. So much so that the local primary school adopt them as part of their school logo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. There's a lot of excitement in the chat about your talk, and I can see lots of great questions, which you'll need to go back and have a look at because we may not have time to get through them. But I'm going to scroll back up and start with the first questions that came in and see where we get to. There's a very straightforward one, which I think we'd all like the answer to, which is, are these going to appear in a book?
Yes, well, I'm hopeful. No concrete plans, but yeah, I'm very hopeful. And I've not taken it around any publishers yet, and we've got some sort of long-term plans for a possible series, but yeah, I'm hopeful.
Yeah, and in relation to what you just said about COP26 in particular, Dieter raised the point that as collieries and power stations are demonised in our emerging post-carbon age, what are we likely to lose? What built-in human heritage might be swept from the landscape and historical record?
In terms of what? Sorry, in terms of...
I think this is both a comment and a question,
yeah.
But it's being raised by a number of people here, and it's about what's going to be valued and what's going to survive in a future in which we're moving beyond coal and oil.
It's coming down to record, isn't it? It's coming down to recording that historic environment Scotland are so good at, and that historic England are so good at. So I think it is coming down to record and recognizing that it needs to be recorded quickly.
Dieter's also asked, is this wonderful photographic recording coordinated with TNA, I think that's the National Archives, to ensure the preservation of the associated technical and architectural archives? Will this be a comprehensive resource for future study?
Well, the photographs are going into the Historic England Archive, but we're also ensuring that artifacts, archives from the power stations themselves are being saved and being, they're being archived as well. We're also ensuring that written building reports are being made for each power station. So yes, that material will be archived. So it isn't just a purely photographic, it is artifacts, it is archives, it is written buildings reports.
And then there are several points being made here that are related, so I'll try and link them up. Justin's asked, is there a danger that photographic recording will come to be used as an excuse not to physically preserve? And Abigail's noted this as well. Can photography and this kind of recording sometimes be used as an excuse to say we don't need the physical structures? And then further down, Morag's asking, what would be the implications of keeping these as monuments? Is that impractical? So that's another question about the survival of the physical structures and the way in which this kind of recording might come to replace the structures.
Yeah, it is, and it's out of my hands, it's way above my pay grade, so I'm skipping that. But what I would say is that, and it was lovely to hear Miriam talk about Bernd and Hillebecker, because for years and years and years, they worked away at their solid recording. And then there was a little light bulb moment. They had an exhibition and they managed to sort of sway politics. And people then suddenly started seeing the beauty from their photography of industrial structures. And from that moment on, they started looking at saving buildings much more seriously. And it happened. I can't remember which mine it was. It might have been the Zech Hanover mine that was saved purely down to their photography. So, interesting. As far as I'm concerned, yeah, I'm recording. That's my job. It's what happens is, out of my hands.
but really interesting what you just said about how the photography itself can help to save and value places. Here's a quite specific question from Thomas Spain. To what extent, but it's also a wider question about preserving kind of operations, to what extent has historic England been able to capture the action of merry-go-round rail operation, taking coal from port, and before that from the pit to the power station?
Other than aerial photography, I haven't done anything of that work. So yeah, that's a little black hole there, certainly, and something that possibly we should be looking at. So thank you for raising that. We'll have that infrastructure recorded aerially, yeah, but thank you for, it would be a good addition to the archive. Yeah, very good.
Yeah,
thank you.
And Adrian Bailey's made a point that I think is worth raising as well, where he's saying that the unrecorded are the aged staff who kept these places going on a shoestring. I wanted to ask that as well in relation to the last talks, because we can see there weren't many people visible in the wonderful photos you showed us. So are you recording the staff and the workers as well?
Some of the power stations were decommissioned when we photographed. Some were still working, but exactly as the question relates, with a sort of very minimal staff level, very minimal indeed. So rarely have we got photographs of people other than using them for scale. We've done some oral recording. So we've done some interviews and did some oral recording, which was really interesting actually. But yeah, very little on the people front.
Thank you. I can see a couple of questions and I will note those because there is a wider Q&A and discussion at the end of the day for people who can stay around, and you can go and have a look at them in the chat, James, but lots of enthusiasm and thanks there. So thank you again, that was wonderful. And I'll hand back to Matthew.
Super, some really fantastic images there. I really enjoyed the futurism and optimism that you could see in some of the designs, which was quite nice. And for those of you who enjoy power stations, well, this morning's a bit of a treat because we now have Ben Russell from the Science Museum, who's going to deliver his presentation, Recording Cotton, Photographic Recording of Coal-Fired Electricity Generation. Ben has spoken at STIC events before, but for those of you who'd like a reminder, he's worked for the Science Museum since '99, where he's been Curator of Mechanical Engineering since 2003, and wrote James Watt, Making the World Anew in 2014, and edited Robots in 2017, and was lead curator for the museum's East Hall and Watt's Workshop galleries, as well as the temporary exhibitions Cosmonauts and Robots at the Science Museum. So Ben has recently drawn up plans to refresh the East Hall at the Science Museum and publish an accompanying book, and is presently lead curator for a new gallery working on the title Engineers, based around the Queen Elizabeth Prize for Engineering, opening in early 2023. So Ben, we're all geared up, we're all in power station mode. So if you'd like to make sure you are unmuted and share your screen.
Splendid, thank you ever so much. I'll just share this now. Here we go. Go to the slideshow from the beginning. Just give me a thumbs up for when you can see that. Okay, it's just working its way. Here we go. Hope that's okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Excellent. Well, look, thank you ever so much for having me along. And James has just given us an absolutely superlative a masterclass in this stuff. I was just sitting here just frankly being very excited by the images, and it was absolutely wonderful. I think as James has shown the sort of macro side of things, I think I'm going to present the micro side. It's a case study of a particular acquisition which the Science Museum has made, which I've worked on. I've talked about the project far too much to my colleagues, and I'm very happy to share it with you today. I approach it really with regard to using photography as part of that sort of wider acquisition project, and I hope that approach will become clear as I go through. So this is Cotton Power Station. It's within the site of Lincoln. At the end of, at the start of 2018, the team at Cotton, the engineering manager and some of his colleagues approached the museum, the Science Museum, and they explained that they were going to be shutting down permanently disconnected from the grid towards the end of that year, they were very concerned that there should be some physical acquisition made to help to preserve the history of the site. And so they were interested in speaking to us about that to find out what we could do. We responded. The timescales were quite tight in terms of what we could turn around and how quickly we could do it and that sort of thing. But as part early on in that process, as part of thinking about what we could do to help our colleagues at Cottam, we did some reviewing of the literature. What was very interesting to me is that the Hinton heavies, these the standard 500 megawatt units, which Cottam depended upon, 4 in total. I think there was something like 46 built across the UK. The Hinton heavies actually had a very strong tradition, of a heritage of a very, very striking imagery. When you look at this sort of image, this is the sort of stuff that was available in some quantity, just showing the size of the West Burton station compared to, for example, Big Ben, just below the right-hand chimney, and St Paul's, for example. There's a lot of this material out there that really gives an idea of the scale of enterprise, of engineering enterprise that we were dealing with. So you go from sort of relatively simple images like this, just like this. I'm sorry for the low quality of this one. This is actually shows one of the a really magnificent image, engineering drawing with perspective and everything, showing one of the standard 500 megawatt units. Again, you get an idea of the scale of the thing from the size of the handrails on the lower right hand side. They are absolutely immense. When we started, again, this review, where I turned to our collection first, the motive power and collection for the museum. And one of the items we actually had is this. This is a very, very good quality engineer's model of what I've just showed you, that 500 megawatt unit. This is actually was acquired in 1968 from Cottam. And so it was interesting for us to actually realise that we had a long-standing relationship with them. That the station was commissioned in 1968, and then this was acquired by the museum as showing the latest best practice. So that helped to build the case for support, because we could show that we had a relationship which went back for some considerable time. I think what comes across when you start to look at what is still for the moment present at Cottam is the sheer Promethean scale of what is there. And again, James's presentation showed that admirably. So here we have one of the long-standing engineers who worked at Cottam, I think for his entire career, Steve Willers, with one of the low-pressure turbine rotors. When we carried out our reconnaissance as early on in the project, we walked around the station. And actually a complete set of these was kept, and they said, well, is this the sort of thing you'd be interested in? Well, conceivably. They are unfortunately about 33 metric tons in weight each, and that was way beyond our logistic capacity to handle. So unfortunately we have not proceeded with these. But what we did acquire is the complete control desk, unit number 3. Again, this is the exact one that James showed you just before. It's very interesting, again, that Promethean might of these stations is something that comes across very strongly. I remember that when we were talking to our colleagues at Cottam, they explained how when the pipe work was stripped of its insulation, everything was glowing red heat underneath it. I remember also they showed us a view into one of the boilers through a tiny spy hole. So one of the outdoor engineers that called to a roaming around the site could actually have a look inside to make sure the burners ignited. Even when the eye hole was opened, standing back about 6 feet, you could feel the heat blasting out at you. It was really quite incredible. And that contrasts enormously with the serene, almost operating theatre precision and calm and tranquility of the control units, the control rooms and the units themselves. So from this place, a single operator could sit, and with the immense array of controls up close to him, and then beyond that, the outer ring of instrumentation. He could control this enormous beast, which would be running flat out at 500 megawatts, slightly more sometimes. What we realised also in considering the desk was that actually, you know, this is a workplace, but in a way, beyond its sort of visual impact, actually, it needed to be contextualized, and so what became the acquisition project to acquire the desk was not just about the desk itself. It was about the oral history recording, the photographic recording, the acquisition of other material around the desk as well. As I'm sure you can appreciate, actually, this was a sizable project, and part of the sell internally to the museum was we had to obviously convince them that this would be available, and what we there's always a strategy which you can pursue in order to persuade the museum of a large acquisition like this. We did look at a whole range of scales of object which we could acquire, from things like that turbine rotor to the desk itself. And I think when you negotiate over these things, you tend to start big. And you can always scale down if something is too large. So actually, we did look at things like those bikes which were used to pedal around the site. We asked the team at Cottam if they were a bit of a gimmick, but actually no. Given the size of the site, they were actually very, very useful to get one from one end of it to another. They are immense. And I'd prepared my fallback positions if something like the desk was considered to be too large. And to my immense surprise, having carried out all my groundwork, the museum agreed corporately that this was a thing that we should have. And so I was delighted that we could proceed with what is a monumentally sized acquisition for the museum. Really, what I would like to say is that this presentation is in large part a tribute to my colleague Kevin Percival, who was our assigned internal photographer, who carried out the photographic part of the project. Kevin has since moved on to the British Museum, but he had, I think, a real eye for a documentary image, and for an image generally, in fact, and what he came up with was an excellent, and has really provided a very full and rich context for the 3D desk itself. So I will just go over some of Kevin's output just now. A lot of what he was taking was actually quite detailed close-ups. The lovely thing about the desk is the fidelity. You can stand back and it's an amazing feast for your eyes, and then when you go up close, there's this incredible sort of granular detail. And one of the things that he picked up upon was this shutdown button, basically a panic button for the unit. And actually, I was showing this particular image. This is a thing that Kevin picked up on a photograph, and I was showing it to a gent called Jeff Horseman, who was the ex-chief turbine engineer for Parsons. And I said to Jeff, well, it seems peculiar that a shutdown button for a generating unit should have have to lift that up before you hit the button, and that seemed peculiar. And from that emerged the story that, by all accounts, a team of engineering students were visiting a station which will remain nameless. They were walking around the control room. All of the control desks actually have red lines around them, which you're only allowed to go within if you have a particular reason to be there. But one of the students was actually looking and saw this large, inviting-looking button, wondered what it was, and before anyone could stop him, had actually pressed it. The immediate result of that was the entire unit tripped within 0.1 of a second. The entire steam output from that mammoth boiler was vented to atmosphere, breaking the sound barrier above the station as it did so. This all prompted, again, it disconnected from the grid, desynchronized from the grid. There was immediately an angry phone call from the National Grid Control Centre demanding to know exactly what had happened. The students were escorted off site, and just that one button pressing episode actually was resulted in a shutdown. It took 45 minutes to go through all the safety checks and get the unit synchronized to the grid again. One of those units actually earned the company £100,000 an hour in revenue. So actually this was actually quite a serious episode, as a result of which they risk assessed and decided that in future the panic button should have a box around it. So yeah, which was again a story which only emerged on showing the image. It was a good one. Portraiture came as well. The team at Cotton were a fascinating bunch. Here you have on the right hand side Steve Willers. I think he'd spent his entire career as an engineer. And on the left hand side we have his colleague who actually had moved around a whole range of different engineering jobs, and I had a very close association with the place. He was one of our people who we interviewed. Actually, we interviewed the pair of them, and their reminiscence about how they worked there was very valuable. I think he'd found a particular almost sort of sanctuary at Cotton from a rather tumultuous career in different places in engineering, and it was very interesting to see their response to you know having a chance to reflect on working at the site. This sort of imagery is, of course, highly valuable to accompany the other aspects of the acquisition. I think what came across overall was a sense of these very taciturn people. You can imagine that working in somewhere like that control room is a very calm place, and 99% of the time it is calm and peaceful and everything happens. But just for that 1% of time when things go wrong, suddenly that taciturn nature would turn to, you know, you have literally 10 or 20 seconds before you have to, in which you have to make a decision and do something before the unit effectively disconnects itself. So moments of calm interspersed with these moments of very, very high tension. And that came across to some extent in the photography of the staff that we took. And then you have the site itself. This sort of imagery, again, as James has shown, you just get an idea of the sheer scale of the enterprise. Here you have 4 of the generating units from left to right. The cranes above, again, the handrails gives a sense of the overall size of the generating hall. But again, alongside that generating hall, you have a lot of these sorts of places full of switchgear, really quite tranquil places where things are just humming gently away. Again, down into the mill bay, from that sort of precision surgical atmosphere to the places where you have the mills reducing coal, which I think was shipping in about 16,000 tons a day, and reducing it in these great rotating drums full of ball bearings to about the consistency of face powder before it was sprayed into the boiler. Again, this sort of, again from Kevin's image here, you get a sense of the scale of he picked out also particular parts of the machinery. Again, here you've got the drive for one of the coal mills here. The fascinating, you know, texture and surface detail to the machine. And again, as James picks up on, again, looking inside the boilers, the wonderful details of things like the burners. It really does remind me rather of the H.R. Geiger, who designed Aliens in the 70s and early 80s. In looking around the site, quiet, again, giving a sense of depth of corridors disappearing into the distance, the overall scale of the place. And then, of course, the external site as well. Here we have on the left-hand side the cooling towers. On the right, the back of the generating hall, and just at the front there, as Thomas said, the tracks coming in for the coal trains delivering the coal daily. So just to conclude then, to try and make some sense of this all, we were very aware, as this picture shows, that what we are losing is an entire landscape, which is punctuated by these tremendous stations. Here you have Cotton on the right, and the far distance on the left, perhaps you can just make out West Burton. And also the sense that all of this is going to be swept away. Already, when you look on Google Maps, If you go to places like Hein, you can almost see in the imagery on those maps the ghost sites where the buildings have been clear and just left the sort of very sort of flat scar on the landscape. It was a pleasure to work on the acquisition. I think in 22 years of curating, it's the one I'm most proud of. What we tried to do was take that control desk and contextualize it with the objects, with the people's stories, oral history, and the recording imagery, which in a way provides the glue that binds all that together. We have since also acquired the formal site photo albums, which shows everything from the site as an empty farmer's field to the decommissioning party. It was quite nice that, I think perhaps as I intimated at the start of the talk, the team were almost curators themselves. Steve, and colleagues had actually spent some time acquiring and liberating bits of the site and tucking them away and making sure they were available to be captured for posterity. And also, if I can end on a personal note, for me, the acquisition has had an interesting symmetry. My father began his life as an engineer in 1963, just as the Cottam station was being planned. In 2018, just as we were being approached by Cottam, unfortunately, he had a health emergency, and very sadly, just as we took delivery of the control desk, and it's currently stored at our National Collection Centre, he very sadly passed away. So for me, the imagery which we've captured has a very deep personal resonance, both my father and of the site itself. I hope it has for you too. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for another really excellent talk. We do have 10 minutes before we're due to break for lunch. If people have questions, let me just run back up the chat. Okay, so there's a question from Morag, which I can see is already been responded to in the chat, but I'll ask you in case you want to add to it. And she's asking, were the power station control rooms and the controls ever updated? Were they running with 1960s technology until they closed? And if such elderly tech is adequate, what does that tell us, if anything?
The desks were continually updated. One of the issues, as I'm sure you can imagine, is the presence of asbestos-containing materials, and that was firmly on our radar because it was operational. So updating carried on all the way through. I think the desk was running on some proprietary software called Cutlass, and one of the interesting things about that desk is that, again, given the sheer size of the unit, and having a single operator, there had to be a high degree of automation. What you had in the course of starting up was a whole series of events which had to happen in sequence very quickly in a very dynamic situation. And actually, it was beyond the ability of a single person to be able to do that just off their own backs. And so actually that automation was a very strong part of that. It was interesting, again, talking to the team at Cottam, that they had taken a great deal of pride in making sure the station was responsive to change in demand on the grid. So perhaps some of you out there will be fans of GridWatch, which is a website which shows you what's happening on the national grid in real time. Generally, as with nuclear, the large 500 megawatt units were flashed up and they were kept operating at full pelt as long as possible. But as market conditions had changed, so actually the station had put an awful lot of emphasis on being able to bring a unit online, synchronize the grid, and then take it off again with much less lead times. I think if formerly it was supposed to be 1 hour, they got it down to 48 minutes. Which was quite a thing. And again, the interesting thing about this was that having done all this work, the engineering team took it as rather a personal affront that actually they were being decommissioned early, and West Burton, for example, who they thought had been a lazy bunch of so-and-sos, were being allowed to run for a few years longer than they were. Such is life. But again, that sort of story was captured as part of the oral history, and we can reference that through the imagery. The second part of the question, sorry, could you just remind me?
Oh, well, it was about, scroll back up. If such elderly tech was adequate, what does that tell us, if anything? I think you've sort of answered that. in what you were saying
I
about?
hope so. I mean, it's interesting because Cottam is what we call a hard desk. It is literally hardwired, and the newer desks, it was still, you know, there were a small number of flat screens which are used, but the more modern stations, which have been more fully updated, tend to be what are called soft desks. So again, you're basically looking at a whole bank of screens. Now that must be very, very hard for the operator. When you look at the desk, a tremendous amount of thought was given to the ergonomics. Again, it looks the way it does for a very particular reason, to reduce operator fatigue during long operating shifts. So yeah, again, there are differences between the very, very latest, which are actually very screen based, and those earlier hard desks, which I think actually would probably be much easier on the eye.
There's another question while we're talking about the desk. What are the plans to display the control desk? Ian Mitchell asks.
Well, it's a good question. It seems that display, well, I'm sure a lot of my colleagues out there will agree with me that display of any objects in a museum is a hot sort of political issue, and is the subject of a huge amount of horse trading within the museum. I did put together a display proposal. If you recall, the Science Museum took things like Tim Peake's command module and toured that around the UK. I think we also took Stephenson's rocket and have displayed that in a number of different venues. I did propose that, given the significance of the phase out of coal-fired generation, we should take out the Cottam No. 3 desk and display that as a thing. It's really quite an incredible artifact. Unfortunately, my plans were not pursued. So I live in hope that we will be able to pursue that at some point in the future. And to answer James's question, yes, we did acquire the lighting as well. We've acquired the complete thing. It was originally going to be 2 ISO containers, and then suddenly a third one turned up, which was the lighting, which we'd managed to extract too. So it's the complete installation, including the whiteboards, which we ensured they had some rather rude comments written from one shift to the following shift, and we made sure we captured those as well.
That's great. I'm glad the rude comments were preserved as part of the detail that you were talking about. Morag's asked about Google Maps, recording of sites in the round, if you've seen that. Will this be a valuable resource in the future? And she's making the point that they're very completist and indiscriminate about what they record, so it's a different approach, but are these recordings going to be valuable in relation to industrial sites, I guess?
I suppose so. I think there are ways. I'm a bit analog, as you probably guessed. But I'm not totally digital. But I think there's ways of taking things like Google Maps, and you can actually overlay previous iterations, so you can see how the imagery has changed. I think in terms of, you know, the overall landscape you're looking at, that's a very valuable thing. I'm a great fan of something called Layers of London, which I think is based on Google Street View, as Morag has said, but actually what you can do is trace back the iterations of maps over the years, and that idea of showing a dynamic change over time is highly useful. I suppose in a way, particularly with these large sites, which, as with Hein, you basically are left with the scar, the almost like the tracing on the landscape. There's a sort of a curious sort of digital commemoration aspect to that. Are those just going to stay where they are? They're surrounded by countryside, or would they be built on, or whatever? So they're interesting, but also quite ephemeral. I'm not quite sure how we'd capture those in a persistent way. That's what makes James's recording project, and indeed ours as well, so valuable.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions come up in the chat, though I'm sure people will think of things over lunch. So since everybody's probably getting hungry, I think we can release you there. Ben and Matthew, did you want to? Thanks very much, Ben. Marvelous talk, and those last 2 talks went so well together. Matthew, are you wanting to send people off into lunch?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank all of our speakers this morning. Some real flurry of interest in all of the talks this morning, which is fantastic to see. And to just remind people that if you are tweeting about today's conference, the hashtag is STICK2021. And if you are enjoying today and you want to drop us a small donation for our running costs, the Ko-fi coffee link is in the chat to just drop a few pounds in if you have enjoyed today. We are now off on our lunch break, which will last until 1:15. So we will leave this room open, but if you just, turn your camera and microphone off and wander off and make your lunch, because that's what I'm going to do. And at 1:15, we will be back on with Miles Oglethorpe. And then, unfortunately, as I have said earlier, Carol Morgan has had an accident, so will not be speaking this afternoon. Whether we have a break after Miles's talk, or whether we go through straight to the next speaker, Bruce McCown, will depend on whether Bruce is in the chat and in the room and ready at that time. So you may get an extra lunch break. And then after our final speaker, there will be the announcement of the photography competition that we have run. And then there will be an opportunity for the speakers that are still available who would like to be involved, and for the STIC committee to have a sort of round table discussion, a panel discussion where you can submit any questions. So I will let you all go off and boil the kettle and make a sandwich, and see you all at 1:15. Thanks very much. Just to remind people again, if you are tweeting about today's conference, the hashtag is STIC2021. If you would like to send us a little donation for the running costs of today's free, you can do that at the Ko-fi link, which is in the chat, and that'd be very gratefully received. But we are now moving on to our next speaker, who we're very pleased to have with us because he was busy this morning, but we managed to get him scheduled in this afternoon. So I'd like you to welcome Miles Oglethorpe from Historic Environment Scotland, and his talk, which is titled The Sir William Arrol Collection, Iconic Photographs on the Brink of Oblivion. I know some of you will already know Miles, but for those of you who don't, Dr. Miles Oglethorpe is president of the International Committee for the Conservation of the Industrial Heritage, or TICI, as we call it, and is head of Industrial Heritage at Historic Environment Scotland. Completed his PhD at Glasgow University before moving to Strathclyde University Scottish Industrial Archaeology Survey Unit and joining what was then the Royal Commission on the Ancient Historic Monuments of Scotland, from which he moved to the Scottish Government Heritage Agent Historic Scotland in 2007. And since then, his work has included leading the team that successfully nominated the Forth Bridge for UNESCO World Heritage listing. And I'm sure many of you will have seen Miles talk about the Forth Bridge, about which he's very engaging and passionate. So if I can hand over to you, Miles, you are unmuted, which is a good first stop. And if you're just ready to share your presentation, we can begin.
Okie dokie, so let's see what happens. I hope everybody can hear me properly. And hopefully this will work. Great, can everybody see that? That's splendid. Great. Okay, well, behind me, I should have said, was a snapshot in time before I put the slide up. And that is actually Lady Victoria Colliery in 1966, the year of the Aberfan disaster. But it's unusual to see, I mean, coal is always monochrome, isn't it? So this is a photograph taken by my former colleague, John Keggy, a Royal Commission photographer. Okay, so what we're going to do just now is have a quick run through the story behind the Sir William Arrol archive and how it came to be in the Historic Environment Scotland collections. And it began with a cathartic moment in Kilmarnock, and I'll take you through what happened and what we discovered and what is, I'm sad to say, I apologize for this, a very uplifting journey and the legacy of that journey. So it all began when our then boss at Strathclyde University, John Hume, who you can see here, youthful with red hair still, my colleague Graham Douglas and myself with hair, were called upon to go to see the factory at Kilmarnock, Sir William Arrol's factory, because it was working on its last contract. So this is 1986 or so. And so we went along, and these are recently scanned slides that I took at the time. And what we witnessed was the the last bridge being assembled in the erecting shop before being taken out on site. And this was the Bon Hill Bridge, which went out to its Dunbartonshire site shortly afterwards. In fact, there you could see it being erected and the previous bridge being taken down on the top right, and the bridge as it is pretty much now. So this was a really fascinating process, but obviously sad because the place was closing. A year or so later, we got an emergency call saying the factory's being demolished, and nobody's rescued the archive. And this is the scene, part of the scene that in fact, not the worst part of it. There was a massive mound of photographs with footprints all over it. Graham Douglas and I were faced with, well, we need to get this out now because it's going to go. The scrappies had taken all the cabinets and so on where the stuff was. So we just had to hoover it all up and put it into the chocolate-covered Vauxhall Chevette that the commission had at the time. And a couple of car loads later, it was all in Melville Street in Edinburgh. Now, what we discovered subsequently, as we took several years to go through this and sort it all out, was the most mind-blowing collection of photographs which reflect the scale and the range and geographical spread of William Arrol's work over well over a century. And these, for example, were the towers, or on the right-hand side, one of the towers of the Severn Bridge before it was taken by a low loader down the way to the Bristol Channel. And equally, we found the Forth Road Bridge stuff as well. So, I mean, truly extraordinary, relatively recent stuff, but lots of other bridges, canal bridges, for example, swing bridges, many of which are still in operation on Scottish canals in particular, but also down in England as well. Really seriously iconic bridges such as this one in Sunderland. You can actually see the historic cast iron bridge that Arrol dismantled as part of the erection process of the new bridge. And amazing things like this gantry under which the Titanic and its sister ships were built by Holland and Wolff, with whom Arrol had quite a serious partnership arrangement. And dry docks all over the world, particularly in the northeast of England. There seemed to be a strong relationship with the north of England. Quite a few people pictures. So this is Line S. Royal Commission spent quite a lot of time up recording the Line S facilities over many years. So a wonderful photograph here. And internationally across not just the empire, but beyond as well. And this is a view inside the Enugu locomotive works in Nigeria, which is rather lovely. And it's nice to know as a postscript that the Nigerians have a North British locomotive, which they're trying to restore at the moment. And hopefully they're going to use the Glasgow University archives records of where there are proper drawings of that particular locomotive from which they can carry out their conservation project, which all goes to show the retrospective value of a lot of our collections. I know you need, having had lunch, another power station fix. So these two power stations, Bankside, what is now Tate Modern, and obviously Battersea for Pink Floyd fans. Battersea, only half of Battersea complete at this time, but this was one of the, well, two of the major Arrol contracts. And if you go into Bankside and look at the steelwork, you'll see it's Glaswegian steel. So that was, I mean, there's so much, and several lectures worth of stuff. And it took a long time to catalogue. Miriam Macdonald was crucial in that process, and we first concentrated on the stuff in Scotland, and then we produced a much bigger catalogue that covered stuff outside Scotland and the bits that we'd missed first time round in Scotland as well, which was a significant amount. Now you'll notice the prominent place on both of the covers of these published catalogues of these giant cantilever cranes. And the reason we included these is because Arrol was the most significant manufacturer of these cranes in the world. And these are very much a symbol of British marine engineering, shipbuilding prowess. The Germans produced hammer crans, which were a different design, and there were other designs for lifting, like Titan cranes and so on. But this was very much a British design, and it was a Scottish design, in fact. So we were very fortunate, because we didn't really know what we were dealing with, to be able to enlist the help of a man called Dr. Brian Newman from Newcastle. And he was, spent his latter years volunteering at Newcastle University. So Brian really got us organised. And one of the consequences of Brian's expertise and his PhD as well on these cranes was that we ended up getting involved with our Japanese colleagues, who were putting in a World Heritage nomination for the sites of Japan's Meiji Industrial Revolution, and even got as far as meeting the Prime Minister, Mr. Abe. So this was a phenomenal journey that Brian took us on, driven by the uplifting subject of cranes. So Brian was pretty heroic. And just to say that the crane is hugely revered. The one that we were looking at was actually the Nagasaki crane. We can see on this can of Kirin beer, Kirin being a brewery established by Scott Thomas Blake Glover when he was building up a range of industries in Kyushu in the south of Japan. So this particular crane, although it wasn't built by Arroll itself, by the time it was being built by the Motherwell Bridge Company for the Glasgow Electric Crane and Hoist Company, latterly Appleby, it was owned by Arroll. So Arroll bought the company, and their Parkhead crane works was Appleby's crane works. And so huge numbers of shipyard cranes, particularly used installed in the UK, came from Parkhead in the East End of Glasgow. And this was when we visited the crane before we took it on to be the last Scottish 10 project that was part of 10 digital documentation projects we did in Historic Environment Scotland. So we went to visit, and then my colleagues Lynn Wilson and Al Rawlinson led a team that went and recorded this crane. And I should say this survived the second atomic bomb because of the hill you can see behind it, and it's still working today for Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. It was a truly amazing experience, and from this we were able to carry out our digital documentation of the Forth Bridge, because we learned an awful lot about hanging off large steel structures. So what Brian then did was lend us, and as part of helping the Meiji nomination, he allowed us to tap into his research on these giant cantilever cranes, and really took us through the chronology of them. And the first one was built for McColl & Pollock of Sunderland by the Glasgow Electric Crane and Hoist Company, so in 1904. And one of the really nice things, as you'll appreciate this in a moment, was that our Japanese colleagues have immortalized us, particularly Brian, by creating a sort of anime version of ourselves, cartoon characters of ourselves. So this is what Brian looks like in the World Heritage Center in Tokyo, where the Nagasaki crane features fairly prominently. So Brian did an incredible amount of work and matched up what we had in the Arroll collection with other research that he'd done. So we were able to identify a lot of these cranes. And of these, the oldest surviving working example is the one in Nagasaki. But there are other really significant ones. Needless to say, this was one of the oldest survivors, and it was working until it was demolished by Caverna Govan. But it dates from 1911, and it's a real shame this one is missing. But this is what we think now survives in the world, and three of these, the two Japanese examples at the top, Sasebo and Nagasaki, and the bottom left in Newcastle, are the only ones that are still working. So we think there's about 12 that are still extant in some way. And this was the photograph that really kicked it off for us. This was in the Arrow collection on the floor, because Brian noticed that in the middle of the jib, there are a couple of Japanese gentlemen from the Japanese Imperial Navy who are inspecting progress in Dalmarnock, or actually Parkhead rather. And this is the Sasebo crane, and this is what it looks like today. It's in what was the Imperial Naval Dockyard in Sasebo, and all around it you can see capital ships from the US Navy, because at the end of the war, the naval base was captured and taken into the care of the US Navy, and it still is. And one of the facets of this that is extraordinary is that this crane, as well as being still in use, is regarded as an icon in the town or city of Sasebo, so much so that they light it up at this time of year to cheer people up as winter sets in, and they have a twinkle festival based around the crane, which is rather lovely. So I meant to say that the reason we were given access by Sasebo Heavy Industries, which was great, this wonderful woman took us for a burger, and the reason this is the capital city for burgers in Japan is because of the US Navy, as you might expect, got a bit tired of a healthy diet of fish, and this wonderful thing with a strange coloured lettuce greets anybody who arrives in Sasebo railway station. So I just thought to share that moment with you. So this was the moment when we went to Sasebo and gave them a happy birthday message from our cabinet secretary, celebrating the 100th year of their wonderful crane. So there you go. And here it is, still working. And these are pictures that Brian retrieved himself and gave us copies of. We gave copies of the Arrow ones to help him with his work. It's an amazing photograph of the test load. It should have been 250-ton max, but they put most of the workforce onto the test load to take it up to 312 tons. And here's Brian himself outside the yard, the Walker yard, which has been upgraded to 350 tons and is still working primarily on offshore oil work. So just to stress the iconic value that these cranes have in Scotland. There's obviously, it features beautifully in one of the great tapestry panels. This is the earliest one, which was the earliest surviving crane, which is at Clydebank and known as Titan crane. This is what it used to look like in its heyday, with the great passenger liners under construction, and obviously big ships like HMS Hood in the warship category. So hugely important. But the other cranes that still exist here in Scotland, which Arrow built, include the Greenock crane at James Watt Dock, which is again not operational anymore. And this isn't an Arrow one strictly, because quite a lot of it came from, most of it came from Cowan and Sheldon down in Carlisle, but there were elements of it that were built by Arrow, and this is very much part of the COP26 landscape of the last few weeks. Perhaps the best of the survivors and earliest is this one next to the North British Diesel Engine Works. This is in a poor state, and Brian was campaigning before his untimely death recently for somebody to do something about this crane, and it represents a classic example of the challenge we have conserving mild steel these days. There's a lot of these structures that are going to need a lot of help. So just as a postscript, Brian sadly passed away earlier this year, but not before completing a scale working model of one of the cranes, the Arrow cranes on the Clyde, and his family has donated this crane to the Institution of Civil Engineers Museum in the Arrow building at Heriot-Watt University. So just to finish, really, without this wonderful man's help over many, many years, we would not have been able to make sense of and make available a lot of the Arrow collection that we were almost by chance able to rescue back in 1987. That's me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miles. Another great talk, really interesting, especially to hear about the international dimensions in relation to the cranes and the photographs. So let me scroll up. There's a few questions here. Morag was asking, is there any chance now of appealing online to get some of the missing Arrow pictures back? If there are things that disappeared from that archive, have there been efforts to retrieve them?
There must have been stuff that disappeared because, for example, there was no Forth Bridge stuff that we found, and I suspect that some of the scrappies would have probably been through and taken stuff back in 1987. But I think it all happened so long ago, and a lot of it will be very, very difficult to prove it came from there anyway, and some of it may well have been taken into safekeeping by ARL employees as well, and may well gently emerge in due course. So I just feel very grateful we managed to gather what we did. There are archives relating to ARL in the Mitchell Library collections at Glasgow City, and they're really, really important. And other places, particularly relating to Forth Bridge, like in Imperial College London and so on. But I don't think we'll be able to retrieve anything that was lost in that particular instance.
Yeah. Adrian's asked a specific question about the Cleveland Bridge Company. It was broken up in this past month. He was asking, do you know where the archive is now?
Right, I happen to know that Tosh Warwick is in the meeting here, and Tosh, if he switches his microphone on, might be able to tell us a bit more about what's happened there, if he's willing to.
Sorry, Mark, can you just repeat the question? Sorry, I have a pie in the oven, so I ran out to get a pie.
It's a question to the Cleveland Bridge Company.
Oh, right, it's funny. Yeah, well, it's funny you should mention that. Inspired by Miles, actually, whilst he's been talking about William Arl, I've emailed Historic England. So I've emailed Wayne and Mike Historic England, talking about, what we do with the Cleveland Bridge material. Some of the material's gone to Teesside Archives. Some of the material is with the receiver, and we're working with the National Archives, Teesside Archives, and Historic England to see how we go about that. But obviously the receiver is quite keen to sell this material off, and anything that has any kind of value, cash it on it, to put it quite bluntly. So I understand there's a process going on, but I've inspired by Miles, I've chased it up today.
And it's worth saying, thanks Josh, it's worth saying that there's quite a lot of Cleveland Bridge stuff in Scotland as well. Not least Kincardine Bridge, for example. Yeah.
Absolutely. So I went through the Teesside Archives British Steel collection and the Cleveland Bridge material that exists. That's been gifted to the collections already. And I'm quite sad, and last summer I spent my time going around Scotland looking at the bridges of Dorman Long and Cleveland Bridge, so took in some of the landmarks whilst having a holiday in Scotland. So yeah, absolutely, they're all over the world, and obviously we want to look at, and I had a student work on this recently, contextualizing those in terms of decolonizing the archives, but also looking at the broader reach of Teesside industrial heritage, given that the iron and steel works are being pulled down at the moment, and Cleveland Bridge is closed very recently as well.
Thank you for rescuing me, Tosh.
Thank you. Really good to have a detailed response to that question. And I can see that Morag's made a similar point to the point that Tosh just made about company regarding historical records as assets and wanting to monetize them, which is an important point. Matthew's asked, perhaps Miles could give a brief outline of how business archives are acquired today by HES and what, if any, legislation there is for business wrapping up.
Okay, so I won't dump Miriam in it, because Miriam would know a bit more about acquisition, because I don't really work in that part anymore, and I haven't done since 2007. But even then, it wasn't really, we weren't massively popular if we came back from a site with a Vauxhall Chevette full of stuff. And the truth is that there's a really mature and brilliant Business Archives Scotland network with which links together lots of local archives and the National Archives, and key people like the Ballast Trust, who specialise in rescuing and salvaging and sorting records. So there's a really good Business Archives community, which is linked to STIC. is really important. I should say, in the context of STIC, what makes STIC has made STIC so brilliant from the very beginning is it has this really close relationship between the world of museums and artifacts and the world of records. And so it really shouldn't be down to ourselves in Historic Environment Scotland to rescue that sort of archive. What we tend to do is, if we encounter it in the field, we tend to alert the people who are specialists that can actually take it on and handle it properly. And it's only in extraordinary circumstances, as was the case with Arrol, that we ended up filling the Chevette and taking it along the M8.
Do you think, this is sort of my own question, that there's a greater awareness now than there was, you said that was 1986, is that right, about the value of these kind of records and the importance of giving them to heritage bodies?
Well, it's very difficult to say. What I would say, and I would salute our predecessors, particularly John Hume and the late Michael Moss, and others who worked with them, who went into shipyards and did all sorts of closing businesses and performed total heroics. So I think it was a different period, and now we're in the digital era. There's different challenges, and certainly with our Capturing the Energy project, obviously people are chucking out stuff because it's expensive to keep, and they're digitizing, and you don't know what they're digitizing, you don't know the quality. I mean, there's this whole raft of major issues relating to collections, be they images or anything else. So I think it's difficult to compare. But at the same time, I do think people are much more aware of the range of stuff that's out there because it's being made so much more accessible by so many more people, perhaps so much so that it's really difficult to value them properly in an objective way.
And then let me just see if we've covered what else in the chat. Oh, someone's asking for Brian's PhD on ethos. What was that question relating to, Chris? Is that a link that somebody was looking for?
Oh yes, it's Chris here. Yes, there's a British library website called Ethos, which lists
Ethos
about 500,000 PhDs, which are downloadable, but I can't find one for Brian on cantilever cranes.
No, you won't. So one of the features of Brian, and those of us here who know him, was he was very protective of his research. And there were occasions where people basically abused his kindness and recycled his work as theirs. So he became quite aggravated by it. And so he had his PhD withdrawn from public access. And the problem with that is that then when people continued to call the cranes the wrong thing and abuse the information, there wasn't any ability to counter it. So I'd like to think that now that he's passed away, it would be quite nice if we could actually get it released into the wild again, or his family could, so that people can actually get a proper sense of their importance.
Mm-hmm. And there was a recent PhD by a Strathclyde student on the Glasgow cranes and their heritage, wasn't there? But I've forgotten the second name, Martin.
Me too. I've forgotten, but yes, there was, and I think they attempted to approach Brian as well.
Yeah, I'll try and find that. That's not very helpful. I'm sure someone's come across him because I think he's working in heritage now. I think, let me see, did anybody have any other burning questions? Well, we seem to have 1 minute left, so perfect timing, if not, for the scheduled end. Thanks very much, Miles.
Pleasure. What a great event it's been so far. Those bits I've managed to attend, so thank you.
It's been excellent. Handing back to you, Matthew.
Lovely stuff. Thank you so much. Really, again, interesting stuff, Miles, and nice to see you've connected a lot of dots in my head with things that I've seen in previous STIC conferences. So really, really interesting stuff. So our last speaker for today is D. Bruce McCowan. So Bruce is the former chair of Professional Engineers Ontario Education Committee. He's currently retired, and his title is Surface Remains at Auchenberg, the Prix d'Alcandi Opencast. So Bruce was the former chair of the PEO Education Committee and a member of the OSSTF District Professional Development Committee, and has, despite being retired, produced quite a list of presentations over the last few years. So if he is here, I would invite Bruce to unmute himself and to share his screen with us. You're very quiet, Bruce.
My microphone on.
So we can hear you perfectly now.
And, that's better, is it?
That's much better. And just so that the rest of the attendees are aware, Bruce will not be using his camera today, so not to worry if you can't see him.
See my screen?
No, not yet. If you click the share screen button, Bruce, at the bottom of the Zoom window.
I'm sharing it now, yes. Okay, here it is here. How's that then?
It's just coming through. Yes, that's grand. So if you start your PowerPoint now, we should be able to see it fine.
Okay. Now I've got a note here. Your screen sharing is paused. Can you see it?
Is there a way for you to unpause it, Bruce?
Well, I can stop the share.
You stop sharing and trying doing it again, because it was all working up until that point, and see what happens.
So I'll stop the share and then share again?
Yes, and see if that works.
Okay, how's that then?
It's working at the moment. So what happens if you start your slideshow?
Sorry, how's that then?
Still not working. I think, Bruce, when you go to full screen, for some reason, it stops sharing it. So I think what you might have to do, unfortunately, is to restart sharing your screen again, and just don't start the presentation, just show it to us in the window in PowerPoint without running it. It does mean, unfortunately, we'll be able to see all of the slides down the side, but I have a feeling that should probably work fine. If you want to give that.
Now I've got a button here, resume share. Is that any better?
Yeah, so that started again.
And you should be seeing slide 1 with all the slides down the left-hand side.
Perfect.
So in other words, I will stick with this format then. Is that going to be okay?
I think that will be fine, Bruce. It's unfortunate, but I can still read it and see it clearly. So I just have to hope that everybody else can. And take it away, Bruce.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Good morning from Toronto in Canada. I'm thoroughly enjoying this conference. And Miles, thank you for arranging for the aerial photographs of Auchenbeg about 3 decades ago.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thanks, Bruce.
My visits to Auchenbeg started in 1974, shortly after discovering that my great-great-great-grandfather lived there. At that time of my first visit, I did not know that he was the coal master of the Stockbriggs coal works. Stockbriggs was the name of the estate. But when I saw a drill rig taking core samples that summer, just a relatively few paces from the ruins of the McCowan home, I began to take a modest interest in coal mining heritage. So I took a few photos of what was left of the Auchenbeg site. More visits and many more photos in 1979, 84, 87, and 89, strictly as an amateur. Unfortunately, I'm even less adept at finding my photographs. I'm ashamed to say that I can't even find the photos that Miles sent me so many years ago. So sorry about that, Miles. I will keep looking. The idea behind my short draft, which I called How the Works is Going, was to, that was in 1989, was to generate some interest in a proposed professional examination of industrial, agriculture, and social activity at Auchenbeg. The Talwandi opencast was to very soon wipe away the physical Auchenbeg and what we could learn from it. In the meantime, I kept the staff of the Scottish Record Office and other archives rather busy digging out written evidence of the social and economic history of both Auchenbeg and Stockbriggs estate. All important context for what I want to talk about today. So you should be seeing slide 2. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine, Bruce.
You got my name at the top there?
Yeah, we can see all that.
Okay, well, just I wrapped up my career with a dozen years of teaching the design process at a Toronto high school. Two of my most fulfilling teaching projects were the ones at the bottom, Thinking Like Telford and Thinking Like Murdoch. I think probably all of you will know those names. Thomas Telford, the bridge builder, and well, William Murdoch was the gaslighting guy, but his father was the one of interest to me, the one who arguably invented the bicycle. As for my curling history project, much appreciated if Miriam could let me know if she has any knowledge of the Andrew Cowan curling stone factory in Coylton Parish in Ayrshire. It operated until the 1890s, I think. And slide 3, if I were to give an alternate title to my talk, this would be it. Photography, one of several valuable tools in storytelling and lesson teaching. So what's the story or lesson here at Auchenbeg? Well, the photos of anything physical, in this case at Auchenbeg in the 70s and 80s, it means rather little without useful context. So if we can map photographs onto societal values, that would be very useful. And slide 5, modeling our values. These are 3 examples from a recent publication I've completed. Well Taught the Value of a Shilling is my recent booklet. And like photographs of furniture and other artifacts, photos of physical features of an old industrial site can be used to model other societal values. And by way of example, how can photos of, a tree plantation be mapped onto society's values? And I would argue that it's pride of home and place of business in the spirit of improvement. And rocks, for example, we interpret that pile of rocks as a primitive home shared with your cattle. Sorry about that. And this should be slide 7. So in my talk, I'll be including a lot of other photographs of documents and so on to give further context to the physical remains at Auchenbeg. And I hope people will think about how a photograph of an industrial heritage element can be interpreted for educational and advocacy purposes in one way or another. So here's James McCowan, my great-great-great-grandfather. He had a very fascinating career. It's probably only a coincidence that he left his coal mining job in Old Cumnock Parish in 1799, the same year as the emancipation of Scottish colliers. Nonetheless, here are a few highlights of his career. he took on the 19-year lease of the Stockbridge Coal Works in Lesmahago Parish in 1799. And the coal works were located at East Auchenbeg. I received an interesting letter from Mr. Cattle. I believe he was the keeper of the Scottish Record Office. He wrote to me in November 1992. The reason that James McCowan had difficulties with his coal business may have had something to do with the appalling cartel being run by the big coal owners farther down the Clyde, who were in a position to make life very difficult for any competitors. An important part of the Auchenbeg story is the lag in agricultural improvement experienced in this part of Lesmahago. Stockbriggs estate was a few decades behind more progressive parts of lowland Scotland. Just a note about any confusion that might arise as to place names. East Auchenbeg was also known as South Auchenbeg and sometimes as Clattering Hall, according to William Forrest and map makers that came along after him. Now here's a bird's eye view of the site. Auchenbeg is a mile west of Colburn in Lesmahago Parish in Lanarkshire, and it's in the extreme northwest corner of the Dalhousie open cast coal mine, which was billed in the 1990s as the largest open cast coal mine in Europe. The coal workings were at the north end of East Auchenbeg Farm, and geologically, the Auchenbeg seams are in the northern portion of the Douglas coal field. And this is kind of interesting, I thought anyway. In 1974, during my first visit to Lesmahago, the minister of the parish church told me, and I think in all seriousness, that it was the dream of every Scottish minister to preach in Lesmahago. The coal in the parish made the parish quite a wealthy place. Oh, sorry. The reference to Dalhousie, the haulage way to Dalhousie, that's not a reference to the open cast, but rather a reference to the colliery, a deep mine situated about half mile south of the Auchenbeg colliery, which you can see at the top of slide 11. While most coal bings are considered, or in some cases were considered because they're gone now because of open cast eyesores, the bing at Auchenbeg was planted with conifers, so it was known locally as the Bonnie Bing, which you will see there in the dark patch. You wouldn't really know there was a pile of coal waste under that Bonnie Bing. Now that small forest caught fire and burned down sometime between 1974 and 1979. Those two first visits I made to Lesmahago. James McCowan's first coal pit was at the coal hue as shown on an 1802 survey toward the bottom of the image. And about halfway through his lease, James McCowan built a steam engine house to the north. That's the engine house, circa 1810. Now here's a view from the north, from the side of a hill. And the reason it's rather squished front to back is because I was using a zoom lens. So East Auchenbeg is very close to the beech plantation, just to the left of the beech plantation. That's the house I'm speaking about now. The steam engine house was just to the fore of the top row, which I identify at the bottom of the image. And now we're looking at East Auchenbeg from the south, and I rather suspect this might be with a wide angle lens. You'll perhaps notice that there seem to be steps down through the center of the garden, and I'll have a little more to say about this shortly. I'm just going to back up a second here. yes, the plantation of beech trees on the left. I tried desperately to have British coal preserve that beech plantation, but with no luck. Apparently, they gave some serious consideration to preserving the beech plantation, which I believe is at least 200 years old, perhaps as early as 1800. But their excuse was the water table would be different. I'm not sure I bought that excuse, but I didn't say anything. Anyway, it's all gone now. And here's a rather simple sketch with names of some of the features. And this is a composite of various maps, including National Coal Board plans of underground workings. I had the good fortune of meeting Ian Buchanan, Stockbriggs estate owner, in '79. He had a great stash of estate plans, some of which were marked up in pencil by the previous estate owners, and I assume in the mid-century. Old Engine Park and New Engine Park are pretty important add-ons to that plan. Old Engine Park being McCowan's first coal hue, and New Engine Park being the site of his engine house. William Forrest finished his survey in 1813, and it's interesting, I find, that he only shows 4 steam engine symbols in the South Lanarkshire coalfield. And William Forrest somehow became convinced that Clattering Hall was the real name of Auchenbeg, or East Auchenbeg, or rather that East Auchenbeg should be called Clattering Hall, perhaps because of the racket from the coal works. Here's the upper corner of the survey done by James Whiteford in 1802. James Whiteford was James McCowan's mentor, as best I can figure. And on the plan, he shows the first coal hue or pit of James McCowan, as well as colliers' houses. He doesn't do a very good job of showing East Auchenbeg, but there it is in the crease of the plan. Yes, James McCowan's mentor was James Whiteford. Unfortunately, he died in 1819, right after the termination of James McCowan's coal lease, which I will talk about again. So being the factor of the estate, James, or not of Stockbriggs, but of Blackwood Estate, he was very familiar with surveying and how to make the most of improvement strategies. And you'll see here the beech plantation again to the left of the building at East Auchenbeg. And I'm pretty sure that the plantation was put there by James McCowan, you know, the ambitious, proud young coalmaster, and that probably it was a fancy garden in the foreground. There's a 1987 view of the inside of the, what I call the policies, the ornamental grounds of the coalmaster. So some planning is going into planting the tree. I'll speak later about the great work of ACFA in surveying the field remains at East Auchenbeg or at Auchenbeg overall. But here's the improved mid-range that ACFA talks about. And that's probably the most you're going to see of me. Sorry, I don't have video here on this old computer. But you can see the square cut stonework. So that was probably, you know, cut professionally by people who were in the building business. And James McCowan was a skilled craftsman himself, and he may have done his own stonework. Now, I saw the drill rig in 1974, so I figured something's going to happen here. This place won't be here very long. So I I wrote some notes on the back of a Canadian flag. And trust me, this is the only slide that was printed backwards. A lot of my photographs came from colored slides, but I made sure that they weren't printed backwards. This one was, for some reason. And that flag, it says something like, if anybody finds this flag, please mail it to me. I didn't expect some kids to come along sometime after 1979 and just throw it away, which was a shame. It was still there in 1979, but it had disappeared by 1984, the next time I went. So there's a view of East Auchenbeg from up a tree. It shows the L shape of the steading. This is looking to the east, or to the southeast. And there's my amateur attempt at documenting dimensions of East Auchenbeg. Now, many thanks to Ian Marshall and his crew for doing so much work at Auchenbeg in 1989, 1990. There's one of many sketches. I believe Ian Marshall did this. Shows East Auchenbeg with the improved mid-range, then the coal hue up to the far right. And there it is, East Auchenbeg looking to the east, 1984. And there's the avenue of beech trees leading from East Auchenbeg toward the coal hue. And I believe that might be the remains of a well, filled in, of course, in the foreground. Looking east toward East Auchenbeg along the old footpath. There was a footpath which I will talk about in a actually next slide. This was 1979. And that's looking east toward Shoulder Rig. Now then, that footpath, apparently when the open cast came through, it was, it caused quite a stir that the footpath would be closed. It was still being used by, quite a few people. And I suspect it was used by James McCowan as he courted Margaret Porteous down in Douglas Parish, straight ahead to the south. I'm assuming Margaret Porteous probably looked after the garden. That must have been a lot of work. And there's a bit of interesting math at the bottom of the text there. That rascal James McCowan had 2 girls pregnant at the same time and had to decide which one to marry. And Margaret raised a large family at East Auchenbeg. And there's another view of the garden, which I'm sure Margaret was looking after. Quite a sizable garden. It may have been partly ornamental and partly, practical, vegetables and so on. Now here's James McCowan's engine house to the north of East Auchenbeg. And this photograph was taken from near the top row, which was where the Harvey family lived in the 1930s. And this is the engine house that was shown on Forrest's map of 1813. Now, the Auchenbeg, the engine house would have been situated where I point to McCowan's circa 1810 shaft, and you can see, you can barely see top row. There's a brick wall behind, close to that tall tree in the middle. And in the foreground is the Auchenbeg Colliery main shaft. Auchenbeg Colliery started about 1902, I believe. And there's Brick Row, which was just south of McCowan's engine house. And we're looking east here. I had an interesting entourage that day. I believe this is Ian Pattinson. Thanks to him for accompanying me. I'm not sure who took the photograph. I can't remember offhand. My own photographs have rather disappeared from 1989. I can't find them. But there's the lime kiln, and I believe ACFA, the Association of Certificated Archaeologists, Field Archaeologists, they did quite a bit of a study on the lime kiln, which had been buried under the Bonnie Bing for many years. And I'm not just sure what British Coal or Crouch Mining was doing to scrape away this in 1989, because they hadn't yet started the open cast at that point in time. Showing you, there's a short sentence here. There is a going coal. This was written in 1818, just as the coal works was coming up for renewal. The lease of the coal works was coming up for renewal. There is a going coal work upon the estate, the tenant of which is bound to furnish the family at the house of Stockbriggs with a considerable quantity yearly at the hill. Now, I'm just curious, was inflation accounted for, or was that considerable quantity yearly fixed for the duration of the 19-year lease on the coal works? And there's some subsidence to the northwest, and I guess I was up a tree for this. There were legal issues between the farmer and the coal master, of course. And here's part of a page from James McCowan's account book at the end of his lease. He talks about the extent of two of the levels that he had put through. This was the end of James McCowan's lease. He outbid by backers by people with deeper pockets, or at least the successful offeror had backers with deeper pockets. So James McCowan had to continue with his coal works at Blackwood, and he also had more coal and lime works at Newark, which was not very far from Auchenbeg. Bit of interesting support he got from his trustees. And the refinancing failed in 1821. He was bankrupted shortly thereafter, and he kept on farming at Auchenbeg. The rent went up by fourfold in 1829. He counter-offered, but didn't succeed with getting what he wanted, and he was bankrupted in 1831. And there's part of his inventory of goods as he was bankrupted. Somehow he managed to stay on at Auchenbeg, at least for another year. But the factor looking after all of this probably occupied this house while he was at Auchenbeg. It was built in the 1820s, best I can tell. But the factor really did help the farmers on the estate during the litigation regarding Stockbriggs. Ultimately, the McCowans went to Canada in 1833. A couple of decades later, the new owner of Stockbriggs, J.W. Alston, took down the old mansion and built this new one. It's pretty impressive, but it's gone now too. There's a few stones laying around. So the rest of my talk is post McCowans. This is Engine Row. These are colliers' houses, probably built shortly after the McCowans left coal mining. They kept farming East Auchenbeg, but someone else came along and took over the coal works. So they probably needed new buildings for their colliers. Another view of Engine Row looking north. And you can see the bare Bing to the upper right. This was shortly after the fire that took down the forest. Auchenbeg Colliery, this is a photograph from Jim Hamilton, a legendary historian in Colburn. I found a note, interestingly enough, that I actually had my dirty little hands on this photograph along with a bunch of others, but I failed at the time to copy it. But here it is, thanks to Jim Hamilton. And these are the remains of the one of the shafts at Auchenbeg Colliery, 1979. And looking north along the Haulageway in 1979, there were two bridges on the Haulageway. One was called Big Bridge or Big Brig, and one was called Wee Brig. And there's a view toward the 9-foot coal, or the mine to the 9-foot coal. And I'm referring to the Smithy coal outcrop here, again, 1979. We're looking at the waste, the Bing, north along the Haulageway, and again, the mine to the Smithy coal. Auchenbeg, the coal master at Auchenbeg in the latter years, 1900 to 1922, sponsored a sports day for the colliers, and this trophy was used by the Hollandbush Golf Course, and it's called the Auchenbeg Trophy. Boring samples, 1984, not too long before the open cast got started. And thanks to Jim Hamilton, I cannot find my 1991 photographs, but there we are looking at the open cast work and the beach plantation in the distance. That's at East Auchenbeg. They had, by 1991, my last trip there, other than 2013. In 1991, the beach plantation was still there. But it wouldn't last long. And that's just a bit about my little organization, such as it is, my publishing projects. Thanks to all these people. And Miles, you're on there. Lots of sources, further reading, bedtime reading for you, a few web pages. And thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Bruce. We've got some good flexibility around time, given that Bruce is the last speaker. But I think we'll try and wrap up in 5 minutes or so. Matthew, is that all right? To move on to the next thing. So any questions, stick them in the chat. Bruce, I wanted to ask you if you could say a bit more, since you started out by talking about the educational value of such photographs, about what you think this amazing collection of yours can do as an archive, and what its value is as a kind of small scale study in the wider kind of industrial heritage context that we've heard about today.
Well, I would certainly be happy enough to turn over everything I've got. I am working on an enhanced draft. I wrote the draft in 1989, and anyone who saw it was pretty pleased. But when British Coal decided not to save anything, it was a bit disheartening. So I kind of stopped. I lost interest, but I will get back to it. And I think it does have serious educational value, especially when you think about societal values. So it's not just about the remains, the scraps of this and that. It's about how to map these bits and pieces onto societal values.
Yes, I like the way you're weaving the history of one family into the industrial landscape, and also showing us how an industrial landscape has really changed and developed over time, and how things that don't look industrial, when you show us the photographs, actually bring us back to a history that goes right back to the start of the 19th century. Really interesting.
Yes, I'd like to also comment on on the work that was done to restore Auchenbeg. I can't speak to the rest of Dalhousie, but Auchenbeg used to be a pleasant walk through a pasture, but now it's not. You got to be very careful walking through there because it's so rough. I don't know whether they were trying to restore it to an old run rig kind of terrain, but to my mind, they kind of spoiled That's my opinion anyway. I had visions of it being restored in some way to re-represent those old features. And I suppose it could still happen with the right incentives. There is a monument along the Shoulder Rig Road, which is very nice. And I forgot to mention that there's a coal cutting machine at the mining museum, which I did photograph in 2013, which I cannot find. But I also, in speaking with the workers at Crouch Mining while I was there in 1991, that whatever artifacts workers found, you know, they took home to their coffee tables. So that part of the opportunity is probably gone. You know, I do have a couple of names. If we could follow up with those guys and get those artifacts back, that'd be kind of nice.
Your talk also made me think about the Landscape Legacies of Coal project at Stirling. I don't know if you're in touch with them, but that are set up walks to take you through parts of the countryside and recognise the features of the industrial landscape there. That would be a nice thing for you to do with some of this material, perhaps.
Yeah, I just wish there was something physical there still there to refer the walkers to. I mean, I suppose it's still possible, and I'd be willing to help in whatever way I can. I'm in Toronto after all. And part of the reason I couldn't really finish this off the way I wanted to is I did everything in spurts, 2 weeks at a time, over 30 years. And even the archival work is difficult. You know, the internet has made it much easier now with digital records online, but it still has its challenges.
Yeah, I can see Susan's just said that they're working with the Landscape Legacies of Coal. Yes, it is a great project, and of course the use of technology like these apps enables you to build in other materials like photographs and records into the experience of walking through landscapes. Good. Okay, I don't see any more urgent questions coming up.
Well, if
I was just making a point here about the reception that archivists and librarians give to amateurs and local groups and how important it is. Yes. I think that's a question, Morag, but it's a really important point you're making there for everybody to consider about the need for a digital policy and the need for people to think about what they can accept. And your talk has really highlighted, Bruce, how important this kind of local research is in preserving industrial heritage. We can raise these issues again in the chat at the end, but thanks once more, and I'm going to hand back to Matthew.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Bruce. Very interesting. As Kirsty pointed out, a really interesting example of geology, landscape, industry, and social history all wrapped into one. And Morag's point is very important, and that's why museums in particular, I can't speak for archives, but museums have collecting policies that outline not the specific types of material that they will take, but the relevance of material that they will take. So things should fall into that category. But it is a big issue at the moment with some organisations not being quite comfortable dealing with digital items, which I'm going to use as a very blunt segue into our photography competition. Talking of digital. So as you know, we ran a photography competition, and I will hand over to Emma, who will talk us through this. And Emma, I'll be very disappointed if you don't have the marimbas, vibraphones, and vision on music, the Tony Hart music. We'll do this next bit.
No, I'm sorry, I do not have any music to go along with this. We'll maybe try for that next time. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who contributed to the photography competition. We had lots of entries. Some people sent in more than one image as well, so we had a really tough time. We are very lucky. One of the members of our committee is a fine arts graduate, so she got stuck with the exciting job of trying to choose the pictures that we would put into the top 11 pictures. So here they are in no particular order. There are 2 winners. There was a popular vote winner, which we did through Twitter, and then there was an overall winner as well. So I will go through all of the entries so you can see them. So these are the, if I can get this to work. So this is from Andrew Cronshaw, who has spoken at one of our events recently, a contemporary image from a railway. From Donald Dawson, called Times Part. You can see how he's melded the 2 pictures together from the modern day and from an image from the past as well. Image from David Mitchell. I must say I have a great fondness for bits of metal in the ground, so this was one of my favourites. And from Jonathan Raper, a fantastic full-length shot of boats at sea, wonderful. Felicity McWilliams, the Watercress Line Heritage Railway, another atmospheric image. From Chris Allen, the High House Colliery Boiler House in 1982. And this is a really unique image by Ian Mitchell of the interior of a modern day salt graduation tower. And this, I think, probably is the most unique image we had. Miles Oglethorpe. Not a lot of people get a chance to take this image, so that made it a pretty popular one across our overall vote and our popular vote as well. And this fantastic image of the remains of the Rosedale Railway Water Tower by Jane Ellis. This was our runner-up to overall winner, so a really fantastic image, very popular. Again, popular with the popular vote and popular with the committee as well. And the winner of the popular vote is this fantastic image by Courtney Gibson, the Vulcan at Summerlee. Congratulations, Courtney. We will be in touch. We will send you a little prize and say as a thank you for taking part and for using social media so well in courting votes in the popular votes. That's as it should be. And our overall winner is Peter Ian Campbell with this amazing picture of the Ninian Northern platform that's being decommissioned. I must say, I think one of the most difficult things was to pick which of his pictures we should put into the competition, because it really is just fantastic. The way that the landscape jars with the industrial photography is really fantastic in this picture. So thank you very much, Peter. Thank you very much to all of our contestants. We really appreciate you taking part. And we'll be in touch with both our winners, and we'll be in touch with everybody to let them know how they got on, but in particular with our winners. So thank you very much, everyone, for listening.
Super. Thank you, Emma. Thank you for all our competitors. I think that the winning picture there reminds me of the Studio Ghibli film Howl's Moving Castle, if anybody's seen that. There's a very strong connection there. Now, we are ahead of schedule. So what I will do is I will just ask stick committee members to turn their cameras on and unmute themselves, and any of our speakers who are still in attendance to do the same. And we have an opportunity now to just have a brief discussion. We'll cap it at 15-20 minutes. That's if there's 50-20 minutes worth of questions. We could always mooch out early and have an early afternoon off, but I hope not, because I do know that the chat box was full of questions that didn't get answered. I'm going to apologise to Kirsty and put her on the spot and ask her if there's any that she has collected that she might think might go to the panel quite well, and if she hasn't, we can open the chat for general questions again. Yeah, we did manage to cover most things, but there was a really good question from Abigail we missed before lunch, so I'll ask that. This is Abigail McIntyre, and she said, how do you balance documentary recording with the industrial aesthetic? Do you feel you need to make industrial images more appealing? This was especially for people who are involved in photographing and recording these industrial sites with angles and lighting, or are you happy to just capture what you see? So that question about aesthetics versus documentary recording, in inverted commas, I think has come up quite a bit during the talks. So I don't know if anybody wanted to speak more to that.
I'm very happy to say something. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm a huge fan of the Beckers. I'm a huge fan of Walker Evans, and it's coming back to that idea of letting the building, the structure, the subject matter speak for itself, and recording it as honestly as you can. And that's my general rule of thumb, really. That's my general rule of thumb. But sometimes you're led down a little path where the lighting can be so extraordinary on something, and you see something like the underneath the base of the cooling towers. And I showed a picture of it being backlit because we were there at night, and it becomes otherworldly, it becomes something else. And that can happen. But I'm a big believer in letting the subject matter speak for itself.
Yeah, I have to agree. We, you know, our photographers are, you know, very expert at what they do, and it's about the technical aspect of it. And as you say, you let them speak for yourself. There is some set dressing sometimes, particularly if there's bright colours that distract the eye. So if there's a wheelie bin of particularly vibrant and excitable nature, we would always remove those out of the shot rather than just take it as it is. And have to be aware of that sort of thing, because the eye is drawn away from subject matter sometimes if there's something in the foreground, and it can be something like a piece of litter. So I mean, there is an element of you have to keep your eye on that, but as you say, the image should speak for itself. And if you're in a dark area, like in a mine or in a darker environment, then they have to use all their expertise to light it so you can actually get as much information out of the image as possible. And by and large, you end up with incredibly beautiful images. You know, that's the nature of it. It just is.
I mean, the Beckers talked about industrial structures being anonymous sculpture. I mean, that's their famous line, anonymous sculpture. And it's so true. It is always so sculptural. I didn't talk about being inside a cooling tower and it being like one sort of enormous James Turrell sky sculpture, but that's completely what it is. And that's just from the inside. So yeah, absolutely. And
there's also the weird thing with, I know at Cockenzie, the photograph I showed of Cockenzie, the coal handling area, it had a very painterly quality because of the atmosphere. It acts like a filter, so you end up with this almost like a gauze over, you know, Marlene Dietrich's face. You know, it makes it very diffuse and incredibly beautiful to look at, despite it being rather dirty, and to work in it, horrific, you know, hot, and you're breathing in a lot of yeah, I mean, it's not a healthy place to work probably, but yeah, it's just beautiful.
Are you waiting to speak? I can see your hand up.
Yeah, I was going to join in because I can't help myself. I think certainly in my experience, and Miriam may well feel the same way, but I felt a bit of a duty, because a sort of propagandist duty to try to promote industrial heritage, especially at times when it's not really been widely recognized. So there is a tendency, I had a tendency to try to look for the high impact image, something that's going to make people go, wow. And we've seen in your competition today some fantastic examples of that. But at the other end of the scale, there are some fantastic slow burn ones. For example, I think it was, I've forgotten which blacksmith shop it was, but there's one blacksmith shop that on the face of it, you look at it and think, God, that's a mess, you know, and there's nothing aesthetic about it at all. And then you start looking at it and the texture just comes out, and you can look at it forever. And it's fantastic. And the atmosphere, as Miriam said, it is amazing. So I think the great thing about industrial photography is it just covers an enormous range of options and opportunities and media and so on. I don't think there's any branch of heritage photography like it.
Yeah. I mean, that's why we chose the images we chose for the exhibition that we did, was to be, especially when they're blown up to sort of, I think they're sort of A1 size, like 700 by 500 mil. You know, they were really quite big. So I think that added to the impact of, as you see, something that looked quite arcane. But we did one that was a still life, and it's from the Lewis blacksmith, where we just took a still life of the wall above his tilt hammer, foot operated tilt hammer, and there was all this stuff, and he could tell us, the blacksmith could tell us where all the bits had come from, and it was just pieces of metal that he picked up, because all he needed to make the things that he was making was any white metal that was available. But there was also things hanging from it that he remembered his father had collected or his uncle had collected. So there is that kind of palimpsest thing about it too, and it was just incredibly serene, but in a very kind of hectic kind of workplace. Yeah.
Can I just add a human dimension, a sort of an instant occasion photograph, which I need to go back to the National Mining Museum Scotland to dig out, because I often use one particular image in a sequence where the BBC went to Tillicoochee mine and filmed underground, and it was in the days when they had these enormous video cameras with the revolving lenses and stuff. And I chose one which worked for our coal book, which doesn't have what I wish I had now, which has the next picture is the guy has a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. And also a flap open on the side of the camera with all these unprotected electrics. Now, if you know the mining industry and you know what happened after the Keynes disaster, and when all cigarettes and stuff were banned, whatever the gas risk in a mine, I mean, that's such a loaded picture. There's so much going on. There's a BBC down a coal mine, which is pretty extraordinary, and he's got a fag hanging out of his mouth. It was just quite amazing. So I need to go and find that one.
That speaks to a point that was also made in the chat, but that I'm not sure we go around to discussing, by Andrew, who just, it's not a question, but it was an observation about how little details. The little details are wonderful. Preserving the shells of the buildings is one thing, but these various additions are all worthy of preservation and recognition too. I'm thinking about the historic photo David showed us right at the start, and then I think Mark said in the chat, but look at the sign on the door behind this machine, you know, saying houses to let. So how, when we're taking and preserving these photos, do you think about which of those details, like the cigarette or, you know, the emergency button or the rude words written on a whiteboard, are going to be the ones that will fascinate future generations and give that kind of touch to the...
There's one image, Miles, you know the image I'm talking about? Maggie Thatcher.
Gartcosh.
Gartcosh
Steelworks, yes. Yes, we this was quite fun because it was the annealing furnace line at Gartcosh Cold Rolled Steelworks, and we were doing a joint project with the English and Welsh Royal Commissions, and this had in the dust on one of the annealing furnaces an extremely anatomically rude reference to Margaret Thatcher, and we tried to slip that through into the book at the time, and unfortunately at the very last minute it was spotted and edited out. But it was a nice sort of attempt at subversion, because it was a great picture. It was one of those, again, one of these pictures that you look at forever, and it went on to infinity because Gartcosh was such a long production line. So yeah, that was a nice one, Miriam.
Now we would argue to have it shown, but then it obviously offended too many sensibilities.
Would you mind if I shared a picture?
No.
Is that okay? Just going to see if we can do this. Coming back to that idea of David's this morning, can you see that? Can you see the picture here? And I don't know if you've got that full screen or big or...
It's not full screen at the moment, it's multiple.
Okay, is that big now? Have you got it there?
Yes.
Yeah, that's us. Yeah.
Okay, well, I've just been recording Redcar Steelworks. And really long project there. And this is the end of a screen shoot in the Cinter House. And I'm just recording that elevation. But on the right-hand side, I'm going to go to the next slide, on the right-hand side, and I only saw this when I was processing the image. I didn't see it when I was there. It's dark, you're using a torch, we've all been there. But on the side, very, very small, someone has etched in a little engineering drawing of presumably the interior. And that's just almost someone to say, look, I want you to crawl in there, get to the third point and clean that out. And just sort of lovely little detail. And it comes back to David's talk this morning about sort of ephemera and kind of details and how important they are. There's a whole talk I think I could do just on graffiti at Redcar, on iron or in dust.
Yeah.
I think something that connects a couple of things that we've spoken about today is going to details in photographs. They are the things that often humanize, and it's often the small details in the background that, as Miriam was saying earlier, that makes the photograph interesting. Those of you who attended STIC conference in 2019, Women in Engineering, you'll know that the flag post picture that we used for that was women working through the dilution employment strategy in the First World War at John Brown's in Glasgow on the Clyde, testing condenser tubes. And it's a nice photograph. It's very high quality, very well composed, but in the background there is scrawled, if you remember, in chalk, graffiti that says, remember girls, when the boys come back, you know, we won't need you anymore, which is, to me, what makes that photograph interesting. And it's also details like the one that you've just pointed out, James, that link to something that Miriam said earlier about how there is highly specialized skill even in automated and semi-automated industry, which we forget because we think that it's just people push the button and the thing does the thing, and that's not the case. And if you're presented with machines with no humans in them and no trace evidence of humans in background details, that you forget that there is often a huge amount of skill involved in these semi-automated and often automated processes as well. So that was just my 2 pence, and I see David's got his hand up there.
I was just going to touch on the people side. So there's a few comments made this morning about the absence of people in photographs, and some years ago now, I was doing a talk on the history of our organisation, going through the Historic Scotland bit through the Ministry of Works and into the past, way back to the 14th century. And what was fascinating to me, looking through our photo library, etc., I couldn't find any pictures of people. And genuinely, I think there are, the Commission were much better at this, but within the Historic Scotland side, I think there was 10 photographs of people actually working and doing things. And I found that incredibly sad. What we tend to end up with is kind of publicity shots that have ended up in the picture archive. But so I actually commissioned a photographer whose name Daniel Overturf, I've remembered now, and we gave him a small amount of money to help his T&S, and he drove around Scotland taking photographs for 4 years of our staff, usually at work. And he produced some great stuff, and you know that exists now. It's there; it'll be there forever, and represents a snapshot over a small period of time of what we actually do, whether that's a stonemason or a painter or a scientist or whatever. So I actually think it's quite important, and there's probably as heritage organisations we should know better, maybe.
Yeah, we routinely record people at work now. And make that available. Yeah, just showing people using scanner, using tech kits and kind of showing the kind of landscapes or sites you work in. Yeah, we do that kind of routinely now. But as you say, we've got very few photographs from the Royal Commission of people you know, working. Even things like the fact that they had, at one point, we had a wee kind of mini, kind of like a, not quite a Volt, it might have been a wee Bedford van that was tricked out as a mobile drawing office. And not many people know that that existed. And that was only in the late 60s, early 70s. I'm not, before it was scrapped. But, you know, we've only got one photograph of that, and you would never have known. And you could actually draw on site if it didn't matter what the weather was like. So, yeah. Yeah.
There's a couple of questions that have come up in the chat, so I can turn to them. So Michael Hall asks, question for those connected with archives. What approach to a multi-institution project works best for a project instigated by an amateur researcher or community group? Anybody want to come in on that? Michael, if you're here by a multi-institution project, what were you thinking of? Do you want to give us an example?
He may have left. Well, I mean, at HES, I haven't directly been involved with these things.
Instruction project, Michael's saying.
Yeah, I mean, we've done stuff. I've not been directly involved, but we had Scotland's Urban Past, with Scotland's Rural Past as well, where colleagues, not me, but colleagues, we work with local groups and teach them, if they needed it, teach them basic tips on how to do drawings and do photography of a particular site in their area, sort of working communally. And I've got people that work with community groups, but I have no direct link into that. But I know we have done it in the past. I think we're still doing it, but I'm not sure of the details.
Archives held by multiple archives. Michael, do feel free to unmute yourself and tell us if you want to follow up, because I don't know if I'm interpreting your question correctly. But it seems like an interesting point about how amateur and community projects.
I mean, I think the general point for things like that is to make sure that there's the correct level of buy-in or for everybody who's involved. So that if there's outputs produced, that the organisations that they're partnering with, there's an agreed deposit point for whatever's produced in a suitable format with suitable recording, and that but it goes the other way in as much as there's an agreement where the community group or the independent researcher is given an appropriate level of support. But I mean, that's with my museum's hat on, that would come under community curation or the co-curating approach, which is quite rightly popular and a successful model at the moment. I don't know if that's the angle that Michael's coming from.
And as a general point, if you're an amateur researcher or community group and you have archives that you think are interesting, don't forget about your local universities either, I say as the university representative, because you don't need a connection with a university for a university to be interested in your holdings. Strathclyde has accepted some absolutely fascinating material relating to Castle Milk recently in community groups and leaders there, which somebody's now doing a PhD on. It just came to us out of nowhere. So your materials will be of value to people somewhere. Just contact everybody.
Go ahead, Miriam.
It's just to say that on Canmore, which is the interface for the National Record of Historic Environment, we have a thing called My Canmore, and that's really just for people that can add their own images and things to sites, but that there has to be a site on our database for you to do that. And I do have contacts with people who contact me and say, we've been doing a wee bit of work on this site, could you add this particular building into your record so that we can attach the record? So I've done that for people, but that's purely informal, and that's a thing open to all people, all, not necessarily groups. So
I was going to ask about provenance being an issue, in that curators and archivists will ask, So how did you come by this collection of images or whatever? And the answer is, well, I broke into this site doing some urbex and they were all lying on the floor. And so I helped myself and rescued it for posterity. Then there's a problem, I think, about accepting this. Is it stolen? Is it something that was of no value and was going to be thrown away? That's often the case. But can it then be taken into a proper local authority or university archive?
That would be a major issue if somebody came to us and they didn't have permission to pass it over, or there was, with us it's copyright complications as well. But again, you know, we've got a whole section, we've got a whole department that deal with that, as will every institution to deal with that. But I know it would be an issue. You'd have to prove it, so we wouldn't just take anything.
Yeah, some things can be an issue, but again,
yeah.
University archivists are very, very good on this and can instantly advise.
Yeah, I mean, it's very rigorous. Yeah.
Yeah. There's another question I'm seeing in the comments by James. Why do the panel think that some industries have suffered more than others? For example, it appears that far more mining site structures in the UK have been preserved and protected rather than, say, steelworks, coking plants or power generation sites, meaning post-war examples. So why are we preserving and protecting some things more than others?
I think there was a strategic decision taken in Scotland that there would be only one complete listed coal mine, and that is Lady Victoria Colliery. And that was very deliberately a decision to avoid a proliferation of mining museums all over the place. Of course, local communities still have important attachments to whatever fragments they can find that is related to coal mining elsewhere in Scotland, but there is only one complete integrated coal mine. And those were decisions taken in the 1980s. I could cite the Miles report and others, looking for a diversified but national network of independent industrial museums. However, steelworks were on a scale that it was not possible to do that, or perhaps not possible for Scotland alone to shoulder the burden of taking on one steelworks such as Ravenscraig or Glengarnock. So that didn't happen. And I think we have to look internationally and say, if you want to look at how a steelworks should be, go to Germany. There are several there, or Luxembourg, where one's now in a shopping centre. So we have to look more broadly than that, and not have one preserved steelworks in every country around the world.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Mark. I would also say, from looking at England, and this might be completely incorrect, I have no evidence for this, but my impression is that the presence of mining in school history curriculums for at least the last 50 years, because I have my dad's old O-level textbooks, means that for whatever reason, it's been consistently taught over the decades in schools, primary schools and high schools, in a way that the steel industry hasn't. And I don't really know why. I wonder if it's because mining on the surface of it is a lot easier to explain to a child, and the social history of it is more popular, especially with regards to child labour laws and things like that. It's up there with chimney sweeps, I think, in primary school Victorian lessons. And I wonder if that's got something to do with the presence in the public consciousness of mining over other similar industries.
I do think there are some industries that attract a kind of nostalgia and fascination, because railways is another good example, isn't it? Where if you're going to grow up reading books about something and being taken on steam trains and so forth, then that kind of interest in a particular form of industrial heritage grows with you, as opposed to industries that are less accessible or visible to the general public in other cultural forms and in education.
I think that's the point, isn't it? That up until relatively recently, every single person burnt coal and handled coal and was aware of what it was and where it came from and what it was used for. whereas steel products coming in infinite numbers of shapes and sizes and forms in a way then become invisible because they're everywhere. And it's not just the stuff that you get delivered once a week and then lives in the scuttle, if you see what I mean. But this is something that we very briefly covered at our last event when we had a speaker from the National Mining Museum of Scotland who said that we mustn't, she raised the interesting point that we mustn't assume that people will continue to know what coal is, because she said that she's now teaching primary school children who have never even touched a piece of coal or seen a piece of coal in real life, which has happened extremely quickly. It's a matter of 15, 20 years that that's happened. And I think that's an interesting point there.
And back to the point that was being discussed earlier about climate change and the phasing out of carbon-based industries, and people in the future who won't know about these industries because they may no longer exist and be regarded with horror. I'm just scrolling through the chat. I don't see any other direct questions, but I'm sure everybody's noted that Morag's made a very interesting point back in relation to the discussion of the Thatcher image about what counts as offensive then and now, and the changing parameters of offensiveness and how they might affect what's kept and what's shared now.
Well, the offensiveness of, or not of the example that we at Gartcosh, Gartcosh. The point was it was a period of extreme political upheaval and a lot of anger, and and I think we have to go over that it's the context of all of these things, isn't it? Language, it's the context is everything.
And time as well, just time. Andrew Saint has a great line on cars. Now, we spent a lot of time trying to get photographs of buildings without cars because they're ugly and they're taking away and they're a distraction. But Andrew Saint has this great line that a car doesn't become interesting in a photograph till 30 years. And then suddenly it clicks. And yes, a Ford Capri in a photograph now, we're all drooling over that Ford Capri. And so I think that's really interesting. And particularly at this cusp of, well, sort of vehicular industry and going electric. And I don't know, there's a sort of little argument there. So time is a big thing too, isn't it?
Yes, and the make of car helps you to date the photograph. So it's particularly good at getting the time pinned down.
So Miriam will be able to confirm a tradition amongst our photographic colleagues at the Royal Commission, which was to try to get their own vehicles somehow into photographic surveys over many decades. Well, Angus Lamb in particular managed to get the various cars he had. And now we realise the cultural value of having a photographer's car in his own pictures.
Yeah, it did. Absolutely. It does come down to time and what we consider now and what we will consider in 40, 50 years' time. Yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, because I mean, we'll have known a time when, especially at the Royal Commission, and even things like the Ordnance Survey, they had cut-off dates, and we had cut-off dates about what we would record. So industrial archaeology, for want of a better word, industrial remains were thought extremely unsexy, as John Hume pointed out. When he started studying that, it was extremely unsexy, and people said to him, "Why are you interested in that?" So yeah, it is. Even within a short space of time, we've completely changed about what is important about the landscapes that we live in. That the here and now will be the past. I mean, it's so obvious, and yet I just don't think we ever computed it that way. So things had to be really old to be valuable. Yeah.
It's also important to get the place right, and I've now got behind me a picture which is in the V&A as catalogued as an art item, and it's by Bill Brandt, famous photographer, and it's generally used to illustrate its grim up north, and it's catalogued there as housing in East Durham coalfield. this is definitely not coal mining housing. This is, it took a little bit of detective work. Sorry, I'll get out of the way. One interesting thing about it is there are no windows whatsoever. And this isn't a doctored photograph, but I've now, with help from local people in the Halifax area, pinned it down. And we know the exact street it was in, going by the fact that an opposite block terrace of housing has been demolished, and by identifying the chimneys that are behind me, pinpointing them in a certain area of Halifax. And these houses were really there, and they are back-to-back houses, only in this case there is no back. So you can go in through those doors, but there is a view out in the other direction. So I think it's important sometimes to say we should take the art image and say it's not only an art image, it is about a real place where real people lived. And these are textile mill chimneys, and it's in Halifax in Yorkshire. And this is a stone building. It is not the brick miners' row housing, which it had been catalogued as. So let's try and get places right.
I think something that Morag said in the comments there, which chimes with what we're saying. So she's saying there that impossible to find images and information about roller skating venues in the 70s and 80s. Online newspaper archives stop at 1950-ish and don't start again until 1990, 40-year mid-century gap. I think that's really interesting, because I think that aligns with a much broader cultural phenomenon where there was a period where what was current wasn't valued. And we are now in a position where we have watched it happen so many times now, where what was not valued at the time is now lost, that we are aware that it's a thing that happens, like, for example, James and Ben talking today about power stations. The difficulty is, and with museums it's very difficult, is the contemporary collecting. How do you look at the massive of current physical culture, and how do you predict what is going to have resonance in 50 years and save examples of it, which is something that we don't have an answer to, but you can see that museums and archives have had an awareness of for a couple of decades now. And I think that's why that's really interesting, that there's that 40-year gap there that Morag's pointed out. But I'll say that we are getting, as heritage organisations are getting better at guessing at what they should have, what people will be asking to see in 20 and 30 years. But there's also a lot of unlearning to do with lots of museums that collected, thousands of babies' milk bottles and local bricks and things that in the end nobody wanted to look at. So, you don't know that you've done a good job until 20, 30 years later. But the point is that we are now trying in a way that perhaps we didn't in the mid-century.
Susan's raised a point in the comments that I want to ask you all about the disappearance of industrial skills. And since I just happened to be at a conference all weekend about how to preserve historic and contemporary industrial skills, I wonder if any of you wanted to speak to how photography and film has been or might be used to preserve this kind of intangible, how you do the work, as well as static images of the place or the person doing it.
Well, for my own part, it's always been a relevant part of, as I said in my talk, that intangible heritage, or what we now call intangible heritage, was always part of what the Royal Commission tried to do, especially in industrial survey. So they were already, my colleagues and Miles will, we were creating videos and things like that, which we had properly edited. We can't do that anymore, but now we use we would just use clips. Where we actually do short clips to actually demonstrate a process and someone explaining what they're doing, if they can, if it's not too noisy. But even if we can't do that, then we put it in the description when we catalogue the material so that the person looking at it knows what they're looking at. So, we try and do that, but it's not for every site. Obviously a lot of what we do is static, or long abandoned. So yeah, we do attempt to do that, and yeah, I don't know if anybody else is.
I don't want to step on anybody's toes, because I think there'll be people here who know more about it. But my understanding is that the National Mining Museum of Scotland Lady Victoria Colliery actually has is running mining apprenticeships, but mining apprenticeships as in learning how mining works and about miners rather than actually doing the mining. So genuinely a preservation of the knowledge, but not necessarily the skills, but it's still, you know, Emma, please do chip in.
I think it's actually the Big Pit that are doing doing those, not the Lady Victoria.
Thank you for that. I knew I'd get something wrong, but things like that are happening. And I see that Chris has said that the Science Museum Group have published a paper on knowledge capture for textile machinery at SIM in Manchester. And it is something that needs looking at, because we are now at the point where the very last heavy industries that employed large quantities of people across the UK, particularly textiles. So in Dundee, for example, jute, which then closed in the 70s and the early 80s, the volunteers that are running those machines in those museums, I think now we've been talking about this in museums for a long time, but I would say now that we're past that tipping point where now the majority of people who operate this machinery are people who didn't work with it originally. So I would say that the fact that there are a lot of working objects in museums across the country shows that there has been some success. Look at heritage railways, for example, where certainly with the older engines, there's you know nobody around, and operations like PS Waverley, which is still running every year. How many professional pilots and engineers are there who worked with steam the first time round, and yet people know how to do it because it is being passed on within a heritage context. And I think there's an insecurity that because it wasn't done professionally and for profit, that this knowledge is not as good, but it's clearly functional. Because it's working. That's not to say that there's not more work to be done, but that's, you know, just my 2 pence on the matter.
Pippi at the Science Museum, who was behind that knowledge capture for textile machinery, was talking on Saturday about the ease of being able to photograph and video someone at work on a phone now, and how that's helping in preserving the skills, because she was the one who was working with Carol, the last, you know, the sort of last person qualified at Manchester who had worked in her working career on those particular machines. And I thought that made a really interesting point about new technologies and the ease of photography and video as compared to at mid-century.
Of course, the thing you can't capture, and is what was mentioned on Saturday at the conference on Saturday, was the point of view of the person making the object, or what their experience is and feeling and working with the object, which is, you know, difficult to capture.
I can't see anything else coming up in the chat that's a specific question, though lots of people are making really interesting points and giving good examples.
I think then we've had a good half hour of discussion, so I think we can wrap that up there. Just to go through and to thank all of our speakers. Does Jan have a comment there?
Yes, at this very end, I just want to express my gratitude for this conference. I think you have covered a lot of issues which are common both for us in Sweden and in Scotland and in most countries of the world. I think there is a need for international sharing of experiences, because I've learned from your presentations also that there are extremely good examples to be carried from Scotland and your work with the industrial heritage. And my thought is that the issue of the photographic heritage of industry is important to introduce into the spheres of professional photographers and into the spheres of archivists, because I think this is, at least in Sweden, grossly unknown and unattended and uncared for. So this is what I would like to call for, really, after participating in this, is more of an international collaboration. That's my simple point. I think I might try to interest my colleagues in Sweden to invite some of you to some kind of event. Let's see, but I would like to share the organizing of these kinds of conferences on an international level.
Excellent. Thank you for those very kind comments, and I think everyone here would agree, and I think actually there's a few people I can see who have actually worked internationally, that there's a huge amount to be gained from such an approach. And of course, every conference, the organisers want to hear that people have found it useful, so very appreciative for that. So again, I'd just like to thank all of our speakers today. I think that the quality of all of this talks today was excellent, as evidenced by the vigorous and healthy discussion for all of them. So thank you to you all. I'd like to thank the STIC committee for helping organise this. Emma, who organised the photo competition slideshow and was doing technical support in the background all day today. Thank you very much, Emma. I'd like to thank Kirsty, who took the questions admirably and was great chairing those. And Ellie, who has been in the background doing social media today. So thanks to her as well. And I will leave that there and just say again, if you want to tweet, the hashtag was STIC2021. If you want to donate, you can go to our website and there's a wee button there in the bottom left with a picture of a coffee cup, and you can do that at any point in the future. And lovely, and we will see you all hopefully for our spring event. And if you are not on our mailing list and are not following us on Twitter, go to our website, sticssn.org, and sign up to the mailing list. And STICSSN is our Twitter handle. So lovely stuff. But I hope to see you all at another event in the future, and take care. Bye for now.
Bye, thank you.
Bye-bye.